about.
Got it.
Finished. Move out.
Hunter, look alive!
I'm wounded!
I'm down!
Hurry!
I've got it.
That's one down.
Hunter! Straggler, look alive! Down one. Hunter, over there! Nice! One less straggler to worry about! Bomb's arm, heads up.
Bleeding out here!
Straggler! That's one down!
Hold on, patch me up.
Shit.
Move out.
Got it!
Someone cover me while I take care of this.
Finished. Move out.
You got it.
Straggler, right there!
Oh, wow.
Hunter!
Straggler, right there! Hunter, over there! That's one down. Hold on, I can patch you up.
Take point. Gotta patch myself up.
Hunter, look alive!
Smoke him out!
Target down! I need some meds. Watch my 6.
You missed this time.
Hunter! Down, boy! Got it.
Got it. I need a minute. Okay, got it. Hold up.
Straggler, look alive! Someone cover me while I take care of this.
Target down. One less to worry about.
Don't worry, I got you.
Now you won. Someone cover me while I take care of this.
Take point.
Hold up.
I gotta patch myself up.
I'm down. I'm bleeding out here!
Don't worry, I got you. Need a minute.
I'm sorry, can you repeat? I just missed it.
Minute.
I got it.
You got disconnected again.
What the?
Okay, got it. Keep an eye out. Finished. Move out.
Keep an eye out.
Finish. Move out. Keep an eye out.
Straggler! He's down! No one comes back from that!
One down.
Fire in the hole. Hunter, over there!
Down.
I'm wounded!
Someone get him up. Careful!
Turn it! Hunter! Turn it! I'm wounded! I'm down! I'm bleeding!
You should have stayed right there.
Hunter, look alive!
Hunter!
Straggler, right there! He's down.
Hunter, look alive! One down.
Watch my back. Okay, got it. Look alive! Straggler! Target down.
Hey, watch me. Right, over there.
Bomb's armed. Look alive. Straggler, look alive! One less hunter to worry about!
Need a minute. Move out. Hunter, over there! Down one. Scratch one. Straggler, right there! I'm wounded! Target down! One left! Straggler!
I need a minute.
Then what happened? Something.
Okay.
Did you get paid already? I said, did you get paid already?
Yeah, that's what I told you. I had set the money to a year.
Oh.
Straggler!
For what?
I said I still need to put in for this stuff on Sunday.
Oh.
And to give $20.
I'll get it from there. And I'll give the $20. I said, I'll give the $20.
Are you gonna save anything for next Friday?
Unless you want to save that, and I'll still give the $20. Or I'll save it.
I'm down!
What?
Unless you have
Leave now.
There's 500 total. Huh? Okay, well, 500, budget that out, and whatever you're saying, save it for next week, and $20 for church, for, you know, for Sunday. And about? Okay.
Hunter, look alive!
Huh?
I'm in!
I know. I heard you.
Watch your asses. Reports show hunters are in the area.
Sure thing. Okay, got it.
Keep an eye out. Okay, got it. Fire in the hole.
I need some meds. Watch my 6.
Hunter, look alive! One less straggler to worry about. He's got a rifle! Bleeding out here.
Hold on, I can patch you up.
Look out, rifle! Straggler!
You got my back.
Target down. Hunter to worry about.
I need some meds. Watch my 6. I need some meds. Watch my back. Smoked away!
Bomb's armed. Look alive.
Firefly! Straggler! Uniform! One down! Nice! Nice! Got it. Got it.
Hold up. Okay, got it.
Watch my back. Finished. Move out.
Hunter!
Rifle over. I'm down. Someone get over here and help me.
Hurry up! I don't have long!
Down. Hurry up. I got you. Running out of time.
No one comes back from that! Lucky you got my back.
You got my back.
Take one. I gotta patch myself up. Someone cover me while I take care of this.
Smoke out! Hey, tourist! Scratch one. Hunter, look alive! Uniform! I'm wounded! One less to worry about. I'm down.
I've got it!
Got a straggler! Hunter! Got it. Down one. Hunter, look alive! One down. Iced. Fire in the hole. Straggler! I'm down! He's down here. I'm down. I'm down! Bleeding out here. Speed it up. I don't have long.
Straggler, right there!
Got a straggler! Got it. One down! Iced. One down. One less straggler to worry about. Bomb's armed, look alive. Down. Nice. No one comes back from that. Target down. Down. I need some meds. Watch my six. Someone get on! One less straggler to worry about.
Nice, got that first click. Nice. Got him.
Finished. Move out.
Bomb's arms look alive. Hold on, patch you up. Smoke headed their way!
Lucky you got my back.
Someone cover me while I take care of this.
Watch my six.
Cover me while I take care of this. Got a straggler!
Take point. Gotta patch myself
Straggler!
up. One less straggler to worry about.
Target down!
Cover me while I take care of this.
And my headset went that low quick.
Finished.
Top
Move out.
rifle. Wounded!
Smoke headed their way.
Got that armor. Got that armor.
Hunter! I'm hit!
Ah.
Let's see! I'm wounded! Yes, watch my six.
Scratch one.
One less hunter to worry about.
Yeah, and that's how you do it. Good game, good game. Yeah, that's my main, that's one of the first weapons, yeah. Yeah, yeah. I don't pat myself on the shoulder, but yeah, yeah. No.
Watch your asses. Reports show hunters are in the area.
Copy that.
Arms armed, careful. Target down. Look alive.
Hunter!
Hold on, I can patch you up.
Oh, you want? No one comes back from that.
Down. Hold on, I can patch you up.
Lucky you got my back.
Look out!
Hurry up, I don't have...
Scratch one. Fire in the hole. Straggler. Alive. Downed one. Fire in the hole. One less hunter to worry about.
Hey, look, Firefly! Hey, look, Firefly, watch yourself! Down!
Straggler. Wounded. Who's down? I'm down.
Over there!
Speed it up. I don't have long.
Rifle.
Scratch one.
Hold on, I'll patch you up.
I owe you one.
I'm down. Someone get over here and help me!
Hold on. I can patch you up.
I owe you one. Take point. Gotta patch myself up. Watch my back.
Finished. Move out.
Got it.
Hey, watch it! He's got a rifle over there!
I'm hit. Somebody cover me while I take care of this.
Finish. Move out.
I'm wounded. I need some meds. Watch my six.
Hey, Firefly!
One less straggler to worry about. Down one.
Firefly, watch it!
I'm wounded. on. Look out. Iced.
Bombs armed, careful.
Target down. One less to worry about. No one comes back from that. A hunter. Hold on. Hey, look, I can back you up. Watch yourself. I'm down.
Target down!
Someone cover me while I take care of this.
Watch my back. Got it. Okay, got it. Smoke headed their way. Scratch one. Okay, got it. That's one down.
Bombs armed. Look alive. I got you.
I owe you one. He's down. One less hunter to worry about. Got it. Fire in the hole. Downed one. Look out. Scratch one. Straggler. Bombs on. I'm hit. One down. Somebody cover me while I take care of this. I need a minute. Finish. Move out. Hold up. Okay, got it. One less hunter to worry about. Hunter! No one comes back from that. Right there! Uniform! Look alive. One less straggler to worry about. Rifle! Wounded! Take point. I gotta patch myself up. Hunter! Hey! Target down.
I'm down.
One less to worry about. Watch it! He's got the rifle over there! Firefly!
Fire in the hole. Target down!
Smoke headed their way. Ice.
Down. One less straggler to worry about. Moved away.
I'm wounded. He's down. I need some meds. Watch my six.
Good game, good game, good game. Good try, good try.
Sweep the area for hunters, but be careful. Move out.
Copy. Keep an eye out. Finished. Move out.
Keep an eye out.
Straggler. Take point. I gotta patch myself up. Bombs on. Look alive. I'm hit! I'm wounded. I need some meds. Watch my six. I'm hit! Scratch one.
No one comes back from that!
Bomb's armed. Look alive. Hold
Watch
up.
my back.
Fire in the hole.
Smoke out. Hey, tourist, over there! I'm down!
Okay, got it.
Look, a hunter. Hunter! I'm down! Right there! You Hunter, look alive. Target down. One less to worry about.
Finished. Move out.
Straggler, look alive. Hey, straggler. Firefly! Look, a hunter.
One less straggler to worry about.
straggler. I'm wounded.
Dude, come on, man.
Over there, strap.
Okay, got it.
Smoke's away.
Fucking blind!
I'm wounded. Over there. Somebody cover me while I take care of this. Okay, got it. Okay, got it. Finish. Move out. Fire in the hole. That's one down. One less straggler to worry about.
Finish.
Hold up. Okay, got it. Hunter! Downed one. Nice. One less hunter to worry about. No one comes back from that. Okay,
Keep an eye
got
out.
it. Finish. Move out. Smoke headed their way.
Fire in the hole.
Let's head back to base.
Good game. Good game. Too bad you lost.
Yeah, you're done?
What? You go get some dinner now? Finally? Finally gonna say whatever you want? So you gonna give you gave your brother the money for the night, or?
Yeah.
Okay, so you want to just save this for the truck then, or what? I don't know what you making spaces for. What? It was so funny, like
Nothing.
what?
I said nothing.
I don't know what you're like. I don't know what you're thinking. I can't read your mind.
Where you living now? I didn't want to keep tabs on what he was doing, so I did call him to check on work. After a few months, she told me that Rick was in April, that he was in Mexico, staying with the group that had been a fiesta. In hearing that, I'm thinking, that's not like very long. There was something very wrong with that. He said,
Right.
maybe.
Is he living with you, or are you?
No, he isn't here. He'll be back.
Is he gonna come to me out, or you?
I'll go get you right now.
No, what I'm gonna do is on Monday, I am gonna call the
Alright,
police.
well, just stay right there. I'll find
It's a receipt.
just where you're gonna go.
So dumb. Let me put it right here, Nick. Whatever's in there, I hope it's in another plastic.
And it's a phone call, right? I think it was Monday.
Alright.
And it was a man who said that his name was John Anthony and that Burke was now
Should have just put it out
no
in the
longer
sun.
at the house.
You could have just put it on the sun. Now we gotta wash that.
And his family came and picked him up. I didn't believe it. Somehow I knew where I could find John Sharp, who lived there. I said, John, what's going on with Burke? He said, and I said, would you go to Mexico? He said, none of us went to Mexico. And then I said, so tell me about where you live. Is something wrong? He said, yeah, something is wrong. She's been digging a lot of holes. When you first look at her, you just go like, this could be my grandmother or the little old lady next door. You cannot judge a book by its cover. And she had one cover. Dorothea Puente was born Dorothea Gray in Redwood, California in 1929. She had a hardscrabble upbringing, and both of her parents died relatively early when she was young. Her first crimes were committed down in Southern California. I remember the first recorded time when she hit the system was in 1948. She was convicted of felony forgery, writing a fictitious check. In the 1950s, Dorothea worked as a prostitute in Sacramento. Then after a period of years, she became a madam. She was arrested and prosecuted for being both a prostitute and a madam and sent to jail for a short period of time. In 1982, I was in the Sacramento District Attorney's Office on a temporary assignment. The first time that I became aware of Dorothea Puente was in a case involving a gentleman named Malcolm McKenzie. McKenzie was an old man that Puente picked up at a bar. They had 2 drinks together. He had told her that he lived nearby and took her home. When they got to his house, he began to feel very strange, and he lay down, and at that point, could not move. He said he was absolutely paralyzed, but he was able to see what Puente was doing inside his apartment. He had administered some kind of stupefying agent, but he was able to watch her go through his belongings, take some coins. She came over to him and actually pulled the ring off his hand, and then he left. When he reported it to the police several hours later, after he had gained his emotions, Puente was arrested. During that same period of time, Dorothea was passing herself off as a medical doctor to various elderly women and taking advantage of them. She would sometimes carry around a medical bag to make it look as though she was a practitioner of some sort. She had a stethoscope in there. She had a blood pressure cuff. She was not a doctor. She was not a nurse. They were props. She was administering some kind of stupefying drug to them because all of the victims reported the same kind of symptoms. And when they awoke, jewelry, coins, and checks were missing. And Puente would be cashing the checks. Dorothea pled guilty to 5 felonies, and she was sentenced to 5 years in state prison. She went to prison in 1982. She was written up in the local media. My name appeared in that report. And the day afterward, I received a phone call from a man, and he said, we saw your name in the newspaper. We think Dorothea poisoned our mother.
Her mom's name is Lisa. She had been working in general pharmacy 13 years. The last couple of years, it was this guy that was coming in trying to keep asking her out. Mom and Harold started seeing each other. He was taking her to visit different bars, steakhouses. Dorothea was a part-time cook at the Flame Club, and she knew Harold. That's how Mom and Dorothea got to be friends. When we first met her, she seemed like a nice person, real friendly. And then after a while of being around, then that's when she started saying, well, call me Grandma. Mom had a little bit of money. Dorothea was talking about opening a restaurant, a little cafe at the corner bar. So her and Mom went in on it together. But Dorothea kept saying that he wasn't making money. So Mom needed to put more money into it, So Mom would put more into it. It'd be okay for a while, and then the same thing again. She kept getting more money, more money. And then Harold ended up with terminal cancer. Mom didn't want to live alone, so she had us move her into Dorothea's place as a roommate. I would stop by there every day after work. And everything was fine up until the last 3 days. The last 3 days, so Mom had a drink every day. My mom didn't drink alcohol, actually, while she was allergic to alcohol. She said Dorothea had fixed her a drink to calm her nerves because the restaurant closed down. She said it wasn't making any money, we don't have any more money to put into it. And the drink, I said, what is it? And she said, premium mint. The next day, we get there, and Dorothea's sitting at the table. I looked at her and said, where's Mom? She said, well, she's sleeping. She's not feeling well. I said, well, I'm going to go see her. And she said, no, don't go in there. Just let her rest. I said, no, I'm not leaving until I see my mom. So I sat down on the edge of the bed, put my hand on her shoulder. She didn't say anything. She just kind of she had her eyes open, and then she said, it was like tears were coming out. I said, Mom, you'll be okay. Dorothea's taking care of you. And Dorothea had talked about being a nurse at one time. So we felt she knew she was ill and that she would take care of her. So I said, you'll be okay. You'll be okay. I'll see you tomorrow. Give her a kiss and I left. The next morning, 6 o'clock in the morning, was when I got the phone call from my sister saying, she got a phone call from Dorothea saying, come and get your mom's stuff, which was an empty purse. Mom had jewelry, she had money, and everything was gone. Dorothea said, Mom gave me everything, and she didn't have anything. Dorothea had called the coroner. She said her roommate committed suicide. When they did the autopsy, the amount of drugs that were in my body were all toxic levels. She poisoned her, and I think it was over time. Those drinks, little by little, put it in her system. We went to see the prosecutor, Bill Wood, so that they could pursue a murder charge against Dorothea for my mother's death.
My first reaction was I was in absolute shock. She drained the bank account that she and Ruth Monroe held jointly as business partners, and then she killed Ruth Monroe. Unfortunately, it was my last day, actually, in the district attorney's office, so I turned them over to our major crimes unit. They reviewed the matter. The crime lab in Sacramento was not set up to test for certain things in 1982, so there was no way to determine that Ruth Monroe had not, in fact, committed suicide.
Mom did not commit suicide. Dorothea murdered my mother.
After Dorothea Puente was released from prison in 1985 for the cases that I had been prosecuting her on, she decided she had to change the way she was doing things. She could not be a caregiver outside of her home. So she started taking in tenants from 1985 forward at 1426 F Street. There were a lot of mechanisms. She was prohibited by the terms of her parole from having anything to do with individuals as a caregiver. She was totally, it was totally illegal. But every so often somebody would come by to kind of inspect and take a look and see what was going on. She knew all the magic words to say to these government officials or people working for social services. Remember, record keeping in 1985 is not what it is today. She had been married 4 times. At various times, her married name was Dorothea McCall, Dorothea Johansson, Dorothea Montalvo. So sometimes law enforcement agencies didn't exactly know exactly what somebody had on their record. Sometimes they did, sometimes they didn't. So it was about 2.5 years that she was running an unlicensed care facility, having people come in and out, providing medications to them, taking the government checks from them, and nobody was keeping an eye on her until 1988.
Herb was missing, so I went to file a missing person. But I really fear that there's other things going on in that house that John Sharp talked to me about.
In 1988, I was a homicide detective, and I also was a detective in charge of the missing persons unit. An officer went over to 1426 F Street to take a missing persons report. Spoke to Dorothea, spoke to everybody, and they all said the same thing, that Bert had left with a relative. All of them, same story. But one of the boarders slipped the officer a note.
Your first name is John. Sharp? S-H-R-P?
John Sharp would tell us later that he didn't know exactly what happened to Bert, but he knew that what Dorothea was telling him to say wasn't true.
What did she tell you exactly? She said, John was going to have his life on today. He said, I think I'm going to jail. He said, the police are coming out. He said, I want you to tell them that I was gone Thursday and Friday. And you saw Bert on Saturday. And you knew you hadn't seen him for over 2 months? And she said, I'll make it well worth your life.
And so I start researching who was Dorothea Puente. And I find out that she was on federal parole. You know, she was incarcerated for putting knockout drops in individuals' drinks, taking their money and their Social Security checks. I started to say, wait. It was evident that I needed to get into her house and to talk to her, and I needed to find out what happened to her. Judy was very persistent about us taking shovels.
Yes, I did want them to go get.
Oh, Mommy, I got something.
I still have a guy missing.
I still have money because on Tuesday and every single day we're still gonna have this shop, so I'm saving my money. So I got another coin for my friend, and then I got picked at the end because every single Friday I got Sarah's got in trouble. Just for yelling in the restroom and sitting down on the floor. He said that he was sitting on the toilet. Yeah, but 98.
Look, Mom, I found your brother. It was on the same spot. Like it wasn't moved at all.
And she said, Jim, I'm in violation of my parole. And I looked at him and I remember he had like a stunned look. I then asked her if it would be okay if I could search her premises. And she agreed. While I was scurrying around looking under the bed in the closet for Bert, I kept finding blue pills, capsules. And people that have sleep disorders, they take this drug. Her past using drugs to knock out her victims,
everything started to gel a little bit. I knew that there was something really wrong here. Before we were getting ready to leave, and I think she felt that it was all done and said, other than her facing a parole violation, I said, "Oh, Dorothea, one more thing. Would you give us permission to dig in your yard?" And she kind of looked at me and says, "Whatever for?" And I said, "Well, the social worker, I just want to be able to tell her we've searched everywhere, we dug around, and we found nothing." And with that, she just went, "Yeah, okay, whatever. Yeah, you can." So we took the shovels. There were 3 of us, and we started digging 3 holes. This is a small garden area. It's about 15 by about 20. Goes on to the back. There was some digging in this area, also in this area. At one point, I started finding pieces of garbage, eggshells, paper, cigarette butts. As I was digging, I looked up, I saw Dorothea standing out on the balcony on the 2nd floor. And she was just staring at me. And then I started finding pieces of cloth, and I would pull them up, and they were kind of a light pinkish color. And I kept pulling these pieces of cloth up, so I set them in a pile. But I was also finding, as I was digging, pieces of what appeared to be leather pieces. It basically looked like beef jerky. And then I kept digging and digging, and my shovel had struck something hard. I decided to get down in the hole, brace myself, grab this with my hands, and yank on it. And when it broke loose, I could see it had a ball in the end, and it was a femur bone. It was a human femur bone. And then I could see that it was attached to other skeletal body parts. He got out of the hole, and I knew right away. I told him, "We've come upon human remains."
What was the beef jerky?
It was actually human flesh that had come off of the bone. Going through the dirt, I was finding it and removing it.
Sacramento police dug up the backyard of a home at 1426 F Street after receiving a tip that renters there were being poisoned and buried. Police did indeed find some human remains and took the landlord, Dorothy Fuentes, along with her tenants in for questioning.
I had to get to the bottom of this, so I thought I'm going to have to see if I can press some of her buttons to get her to tell me if in fact she knew about what was in the ground or what really happened to Bert.
Nothing makes sense here, Dorothea. Nothing makes sense. Everything you said, you can't really substantiate. Mr. McCauley tells me another thing, Mr. Sharp tells me another thing, and I've got a guy that's been missing for at least 2.5, 3 months.
She was emotionless, and she would just look straight into my eyes and answer every question.
You know what I heard? I heard, "Hey, Dorothea, over at 1426 F Street, killing people and burying them in the backyard."
I'm gonna throw it away.
How do you explain the body in the backyard? I don't 2.5 feet down. I don't know. Clothing. I don't everything
know.
with it. How?
When you find out how old it is and see that I didn't have anything to do with that,
Dorothea,
I don't know anything.
I'm gonna ask you right now, dear. Are there any other bodies?
No.
In your backyard?
No, I didn't even know that one was there.
But she never flinched. She never said anything. She denied everything.
She hasn't been arrested yet, and she has not been called a suspect yet in this case. Police will bring in an anthropologist, a crime scene expert from San Diego, to supervise a complete dig starting tomorrow morning.
We found the skeletal remains on the first day, and then we, on the second day, started digging up other areas.
We have Ed Smith of the Sacramento County Coroner's Office and Dr. Hilger, anthropologist, in the hole conducting the excavating.
And that is one of the occupants, Melvin McCauley. I heard McCauley yell, "Mr. Cabrera, Dorothea would like to talk to you." So I walked upstairs, and she came out round by the kitchen. She says, "Am I under arrest? Because all this is making me nervous, and I'd like to go get a cup of coffee over at my nephew's. And I said, well, where is that? And she goes, right over at the hotel around the corner. We didn't have anything to arrest her on. I had no probable cause or evidence to indicate she killed anybody. Bert had only been missing for 3 months. This wasn't Bert. So I told her, I said, yeah, no problem. She came out and she was wearing a red coat. She had just a little purse. So after I saw her go into the back of the hotel, I turned around and I walked back. And I resumed digging where I left off. Then I started lifting up. And when I lifted up and it came to the surface, there was a leg in the shovel.
Get to your cage.
I yelled to my commander, we got another one.
Your cage, man.
And he comes running over and he goes, where's Dorothea? And I told him, I said, I just walked over to the coffee shop. So he took off. And then he comes back a short time later and he looks at me and he says, where did you say she went? And at that time I thought, oh no, she's taken off. After we dig up the second body and her fleeing the scene, we put out a BOLO, be on the lookout, to all police agencies.
I was following the case hour by hour as the stories were coming up. There was suspicion that she may have fled to Mexico. There was a nationwide manhunt here in the United States.
The search goes on today for the manager of a Sacramento boarding house.
We had help from Secret Service, FBI, the Marshal's office, the media, satellite dish trucks. We did everything we could, putting the information out there to get her picked up or arrested. She was gone. We had her permission, so we just going to dig up the whole yard.
Yeah, this is dig site number 3. What he is holding there would appear to be fingers.
Even though we couldn't see the body because it was wrapped carefully in blankets and plastic, it was a big person.
This one is 200 some pounds. We're gonna need some muscle in here.
And it left no doubt in my mind that had to be Bert.
When I heard about it, I thought, what have I done? I blamed myself. How could I not? But how would I know that she was a serial killer? I didn't know.
Bert Montoya was the third body that we found. And so we continued to dig.
And this body we recovered. These remains were located underneath the metal shed that was pulled back.
Each time we found one, it was just mind-boggling. You'd look at it and go, here's another one. And then here's another one. And another one.
Police found bodies number 6 and number 7 on Monday, and before suspending their search for the evening, said their work is far from over.
We found 7 bodies now, and we won't stop until we've dug up every square inch of this yard.
Later, I went back into the house so that we could go through it with a fine-tooth comb. While I was conducting the search, I looked in the kitchen and I looked on the calendar that she had hanging up. She had written on some dates, Bert left, as though I would find it, look at it, and then go, oh, wait a minute. She has it here right on the calendar. Okay, let's close shop, men. We know where Bert went. That's how far she went to make this real. One of the things that made Puente successful as a murderess and as a criminal was that she would make a terrific effort to seem not menacing, both in the way she dressed, the way she talked. She used all of her means to rise above suspicion. Her little chiffon dresses, makeup every day.
I don't want to go back to prison.
Well, I realize that.
I'm an old lady.
I realize that.
I'm trying to get off parole. I'm trying to get my life together.
I think I was around 50 at that time. She told me she was 65 or 70. She was my age at that time. And this is what I find out later.
She looked older than she was. She played that part, I guess, to get you to believe in her, so she could take advantage.
Who would suspect a person like this back in 1988? Nobody in the neighborhood.
Neighbors are wondering why they never noticed anything.
Never. I'd never any indication. I can't believe it. Right next door to my house.
The most magnificent thing were the marvelous tomato plants all the way around in the garden.
You smelled what you thought was dead. Now, your prior experience led you to believe this. Yes. What's your prior experience? I worked for the Kansas City Mortuary Service. And it was coming from that room off the kitchen. Yeah, you couldn't smell it any other place.
On the second floor, adjacent to her kitchen, I was walking around and I noticed how cushy the carpet was. And then I looked down and I realized it wasn't just one carpet, it was two carpets. So I reached back and I pulled the carpet up. And when I pulled the carpet up, I was overcome by a stench that I had smelled only a few times before. I would find later on that what permeated the floor was putrefied body fluid. This is where I believe she prepared all of her bodies.
Have you ever had any or had the need for any lye around the house? Lye? White powder lye? In the hole we were digging, there was some residue of lime. Would there be any reason to be lime 2 feet below in the soil? You never really put any down?
Hey, Mom, what's this?
So our investigation is at the end, and we've now found 7 bodies in the yard. I was home and I was watching television, and I looked up, and on the screen was Dorothea Puente, and I mean, I just jaw dropped.
She fled 400 miles to Los Angeles under an assumed name before she was recognized in a neighborhood bar.
I remember seeing her face, and I put Sacramento together.
He called a local TV station, and it was this tip that led police to arrest Puente at the motel where she was staying.
And there she was, and she was being escorted by LAPD officers. I jumped up, got on the phone, called my boss. We got on a plane, we flew down, we taxied up on the tarmac, and an unmarked police car came out. She was sitting in the back seat. And we got her on the jet, and we flew back to Sacramento. I sat next to her all the way.
I used to be a very good person at one time.
They have begun the grisly business of examining the 7 victims. Most were found in the fetal position, wrapped in tablecloths and plastic bags.
When the Dorothea Puente case broke, I got a phone call from family members of Everson Gilman. They were conveying that their father was engaged to Dorothea and that they haven't heard from him, and they were nervous since now they're seeing all these bodies being found. Gilman had started a pen pal relationship with Dorothea while Dorothea was incarcerated for putting people down with knockout drops. And Dorothea was telling him how she had really taken a look at things and wanted to get out of prison and change her life and get a new start. Right after she got out of prison, Everson Gilman came to live with her at 1426 F Street as a love interest. A short time later, detectives from Sutter County, just above Sacramento County, contacted me and said, you know, we had a John Doe back in 1986, similar to the type of bodies found in the yard, wrapped in plastic and duct tape.
What we're doing now is plastic that has wrapped the body found inside of this box.
It appears from all of the evidence that she killed him within about 3 or 4 weeks of his moving into F Street. then disposes of him in this horrible fashion by dumping him in a box near the river.
How tall would you say that box? Have you measured it, or?
Pretty close to 6 foot. And then sends postcards to his sister for a period of months, saying that Everson is fine, or he's having trouble with his heart now, but lying to her this whole period of time, knowing that he was dead, and she'd thrown him out by the river. After she disposed of him, she began to bring in other individuals as tenants, where she could exert tremendous control over them in terms of what they ate, what they drank. Consistent throughout Puente's criminal activities is the use of stupefying drugs of various kinds. Dalmane and other kinds of diazepam were involved with all of the victims buried at F Street. Dalmane is a tranquilizer.
Montalvo had done time in prison for drugging and robbing people she met in bars.
When we saw the news about the F Street murders, we ended up going back to the district attorney. Bill Woods had retired, and at that time it was John O'Mara. We were hoping he would include what she did to our mother with the other charges that he had against her.
When the district attorney, who was going to prosecute the case, looked at the evidence and looked at the similarities, there was enough there to bring that into the fold and charged her with Ruth Monroe's murder. Puente was charged with 9 counts of murder in the first degree, which means she could get the death penalty. The 9 were Ruth Monroe, Everson Gilmuth, and then 7 victims who were found buried on her property at 1426 F Street.
What did they have? They had their little social security check. And they had their life. That's all they had. They didn't have cars. They didn't have houses. They didn't have a lot of clothes. They didn't have anything. She took their checks away from them, and then she took their lives away from them.
The state took this first day to weave a bizarre tale of deception, fraud, and murder. They claimed Dorothea Puente plotted the murders to collect on about $50,000 in assistance checks. Prosecutor John O'Mara used a combination of visual aids and gruesome home video to make his point.
It was a complex case because we didn't have a confession or anything that told us that she actually killed him. Her statement would be she admitted to cashing the checks. After they died in their sleep, they were sick, she didn't kill them, she buried them, she couldn't call the police authorities. Why? Because she was on parole. That made sense.
We, the jury, in the above entitled cause, find the defendant, Dorothea Montalvo Puente, guilty of the crime of murder in the first degree.
The defendant is to be imprisoned in the state prison for a term of life without possibility of parole.
A jury has convicted California landlady Dorothea Puente of murder. She was charged with killing 9 people and cashing their Social Security checks. The jury declared her guilty of 3 murders and deadlocked on 6 others.
There was one juror that maybe believed her story that they died naturally, and he decided that he wasn't going to find her guilty on any more than 3 murders. He also probably was one of the last people that had fallen for the older grandmotherly, innocuous, harmless kind of look. We are standing here at the Sacramento County Courthouse. Approximately 4 blocks from here is where she was burying people in her yard. She was killing people on Main Street in the capital of the state of California. I don't think any other serial killer has been either that audacious or gotten away with that kind of crime. In the end, I believe it was about money and power.
If somehow, for some reason, you were receiving a Social Security check, it's all right for you to designate me as the payee for that check. And then, of course, if I can continue to get those checks after killing you and no one knew that you were dead, then I just get those checks forever.
I think Dorothea picked out people from the street that had no relatives that were there for them. And so, in this vulnerability, it can be taken advantage of.
By Dorothea killing these people, she gained $100,000 in total, and she was putting it to use. donating money to the politicians, free food. And so she was always looked at as a philanthropist who gave a lot. And from that, she gained status in the community. That was the power. She was able to operate with nobody ever questioning her. But the clothing that she was giving to charities, that was a clothing that was from her victims.
The people Dorothea murdered were Leona Carpenter, Dorothy Miller, Benjamin Fink, James Gallup, Vera Faye Martin, Betty Palmer, Everson Gilmuth, Bert Montoya, and Ruth Monroe. They were real people. Every single one of them. I didn't think that would happen.
A Sacramento landlady convicted of killing 3 of her tenants in the 1980s has died in prison. Prosecutors say Dorothea Puente stole the Social Security checks of her elderly tenants, killed them, and then buried their bodies in her backyard. Puente was 82.
There is no closure to it. I mean, you have to move on. You still live. But when there's no conviction, there is no closure.
After I arrested Dorothea in Los Angeles, when I picked her up on the tarmac, the last thing she said was, "Mr. Cabrera, I'm sorry." I've always believed that in that small moment that she was actually sorry for everything, just in that moment.
Usually the house that was used in these crimes, they're generally raised. They get rid of them and put a park in there or something like that. But in this case, this is a historical home built in 1890, and you cannot take these houses down. It's going to be here forever.
What area would you like to live in a boarding house? Yeah, do you like the downtown area, or do you like to be out in the country? Do you like this area around here?
We connected with Bert's family members. We told them that he had passed and how sad it was, and that we were going to have a memorial. And we would be happy to pay their way to come out and be there for his funeral service. At the gravesite, I did the eulogy, and all the people who knew and loved Bert were there. It was a very sad ceremony, but I just feel that it was his destiny to expose Dorothea Puente. I just feel that way.
Recording?
Yes, every conversation is recorded.
Okay, well, I just want to let you know that I have a roommate that should be leaving at the end of the month. We had a conversation today and he kind of freaked me out. I just fear the worst. I'm scared.
Without a trace, an Army veteran and Orange County student has disappeared.
The
They are not considering Ramos a victim of a crime right now because they simply don't know what happened to her. But they are investigating this case as a missing persons case with suspicious circumstances.
The city of Orange is a very nice town. It's a very safe town.
Downtown Orange, kind of a sleepy little historic town. There's not a lot of serious crime in the city of Orange.
So having an incident like this, it was a big deal.
It was a media frenzy.
Cal State Fullerton student Maribel Ramos has been missing since last Thursday.
Ramos never showed up to work Monday. Meanwhile, Ramos's family and friends simply don't know what happened to her.
It just kind of took on a life of its own. Everybody was looking for Maribel Ramos.
There were cousins of Ramos who were here in the neighborhood canvassing, handing out these flyers.
She's my best friend. Actually, she's my only friend, only family member I have.
Her roommate, Casey Joy, began to worry when Ramos, an Army veteran, missed class 6 days ago and her on-campus job.
Unusual thing was the next day, Friday morning, she was not here. That's unusual. That's when I called the police.
I remember that I was home and I got a call from my boss at the time, Dennis Gomez, and he said, hey, we have a suspicious missing persons case. We need you to come in. I was briefed. I learned that Maribel Ramos missed a softball game with family and friends, and they're saying there's no way she would not come to this softball game. This is just way out of character.
It really started to scare the family, and then as a detective, we start ramping things up.
Because she's a missing person, we're interviewing family members, we're interviewing coworkers, we're interviewing people she dated, we're interviewing neighbors. So after talking to all these different people, everybody that we spoke to had alibis or could not have been involved in this case.
Her roommate, Casey Joy, was the one question mark we kept coming back to. But at the time, we were just, looking for Maribel.
Growing up, my sister Maribel was inspirational to all of us, especially me. I'm her little sister. I mean, she had her temper, we were sisters. We fought a lot and things like that. But Maribel was always, very compassionate, thinking about the future, and she had so much to give. She was a great human. Great human.
My aunt was very fun to be around, always wanted to be doing something. She was kind of the tomboy of the family, I believe. She's very competitive, and she was in the Army, and she kicked butt, and she was very inspirational.
So when Maribel left for training, a couple months later, 9/11 happens. And then she went to war for 18 months. She did 2 tours.
During that time, me and my aunt actually exchanged a lot of letters. I would tell her when I was being bad with my mom. I would tell her about school. I would tell her that I wanted her to take me to the park and so we can play. I have a book that she gave me actually. She wrote a note in it. This book is for you because I love you. Pray for my safe return from your Aunt Maribel.
I missed her a lot. She was part of the military for 8 years. After Maribel came back from her second tour, she wanted to get a bachelor's in criminal justice. She decided not to re-enlist, finished up her time. Her and my mom moved to Orange, California, got an apartment, and she then transferred to Cal State Fullerton, continued her studies. Then my mom got sick. We lost my mom in 2009. So Maribel wanted me to move in with her. But, I was settled and Giselle was in school and this was just not the time. But I said if she doesn't find a roommate, I'll move in with her. And that's how she met Casey.
So So Maribel needed a roommate. She put an ad in Craigslist, and Mr. Joy answered the ad. He drops out of the sky. He's educated. He has a little dog. She has a little dog. He sells himself as a very nice person, and he's really good at that.
He looked like a nice older man. He said he was applying for a job in Huntington Beach, California, wanted to maybe see the apartment while he was in town for his interview. That's what he did. He came out, met my sister. I met him as well. He told me that he doesn't have any family, has never had a wife, has never had children. He wouldn't be bringing people to the house. She can work and do her school and not worry about, the things you worry about if you have a younger roommate. At the time, Maribel was close to getting her degree. She was very focused, working and studying. It seemed like it would be a good fit. Me and my sister tend to always see the good in people. It's like, oh, he seems nice, he's quiet. My mom was right. She said, be careful of the quiet ones. So Casey moved in. Everything was going smoothly. A couple of months go by and he was always at home. He didn't have friends. It's sad because we felt his loneliness. Maribel, being the type of human that she is, invited him to come out and share a meal with everyone. He met our aunts and uncles, and they would joke with him, and he was laughing and fit in, and that's how he gradually became friends with Maribel. They went to the dog park together. If my sister went to the grocery store and he needed something, she'd bring it for him. If there was a family party, hey, we're going if you want to go. This was a very nice time for him.
At the very beginning of these investigations, the last person that sees the person alive is always going to be a suspect. In this case, Casey Joy was the last one that was with Maribel, so he became the target of our investigation.
Well, again, you're not under arrest. Thanks for coming down here voluntarily. That's huge. As you know, right now, there's some people, some family and friends that are worried about Maribel, your roommate.
I'm also a friend, and I care about her very much. She's my best friend and roommate.
So when was the last time that you saw her?
About 9 p.m. That's when we talked at 9 o'clock and I went off.
So you last saw her at 9 p.m. and then you left for an hour, came back at 10, and she was gone. So where did you go for an hour?
Not really an hour. I just drove down to almost down to Tustin. Sometime I get frustrated, I just drove down. I drove back. I just came back in.
You just drove down to Tustin?
Yeah, I drove back. Yeah, just drove down and come back. Won't go anywhere.
So according to Mr. Joy, when he was asked where he was, he said that he had gone for a drive, that he drove up and down Tustin in the city of Orange. And when he got home, she was gone, and he never saw her again. I don't think that it didn't sound like the truth, but you couldn't prove otherwise at the time.
The summer before she went missing, I was driving and he called me. He starts telling me, I want to tell you something, and I know that your sister wants to get married, she wants to have kids. I want to be the man that she's looking for. I'm like, what is, like, I was in shock, like, whoa, This was out of the blue. And then he said he was in love with her and that they had a great friendship and that he loves the family. I told him, like, Casey, you're a nice man. You can definitely have everything that you're looking for. I said, but it's not my sister. You guys are not a match. You're older, She's young, she wants to get married, she wants to have kids, the type of partner that she needs. That's not you. You're her friend. I'm sorry, but my sister will never like you like that. He just stayed quiet. He didn't say much, and then we ended the conversation. It was interesting now that I think about this. I mean, I didn't feel comfortable with the situation for whatever reason, and I then called her and talked to her. I said, Maribel, you have to talk to him. You have to figure it out. If this is the case, then he can't live with you anymore. I definitely felt the weight of his words, and that was just not okay. He's in her house. Those things can go terribly wrong. That was the first major red flag. And then after that, Maribel called me and she said, Lucy, we talked and he was just having a moment. He said, he just has a crush on me. You told him everything, so he's fine now. She said, it's okay. After that, there was a lot of weird things that all of a sudden just spiraled.
There was some attempts by him to better position himself to be, more than a roommate to her. We learned that Maribel said, hey, you know what, Casey, you'd look good with a tattoo. And so he comes home with a giant Bengal tiger tattoo on his arm.
He was all of a sudden doing all of these things, like just changing himself. He is like dressing differently and going out a lot, trying to be more like, I don't know, hip.
Maybe to look more appealing to Maribel. He spent over $10,000 to have his face look younger and some plastic surgery done.
I go over and he was all bandaged up. I said, what happened, Casey? Oh, I just got some, I just had to do some stuff. I said, okay, but I don't know what he did to himself.
This weird behavior kind of snowballed, and Casey's feelings towards Maribel were not reciprocated. She didn't want a relationship with him. I believe that put him over the edge. I think he snapped.
He was so obsessed with her, if he couldn't have her, no one was going to have her.
So when we start an investigation like this, we do an in-house search of our records. And in this case, we learned that approximately 2 weeks prior to Maribel's disappearance, Maribel calls the police.
Hi, Orange Police. Okay, well, I just want to let you know that I have a roommate that should be leaving at the end of the month. We had a conversation today and he kind of freaked me out. I'm not feeling comfortable around him anymore. I'm feeling threatened.
Well, what's your name?
And my name is Maribel.
My name is... What's your last name, Maribel?
Bravo, Ariel.
Okay.
He didn't pay Maribel rent. So then she paid everything herself. That was actually very nice of her. That's not something my sister usually, you don't mess with her money. So she talked to him and was like, hey, see what's going on. Regardless of the friendship, you have a responsibility. He was really upset. They got into a huge fight. And that's when my sister said, oh, we're not going to be friends anymore. You're going to have to move out.
At the end of the month, I wanted to leave. And from now until then, I just feel like I have to lock my door, which I will. Because he sounded like he would hurt me. Like, it was weird.
Why are you crying?
Because I'm afraid.
What, your roommate?
I'm not comfortable with him anymore. I'm just like calling so that you guys know that if something happens, that I did it because I was trying to defend myself.
The responding officer that went out to the apartment, he talked to both of them. Maribel didn't make a report. All she wanted was him to go. She didn't elaborate much more than that. The officer asked Maribel if she was going to be okay, and she said yeah, and he was going to be moving out at the end of the month, and she was good with that. She wanted documented he has to get out because he's not paying rent, and she was feeling uncomfortable and threatened. The last time Maribel was actually seen was at 7:15 p.m. on May the 2nd while she's depositing her rent check into the drop box at the apartment complex. That was the last time we actually got her on video. When Maribel went back to the apartment, she got into a heated argument with Casey Joy.
Casey was supposed to be out of the house, but he wanted a life with Maribel.
At this point, he had every excuse to try to stay there as long as he could. He needed more time. He was trying to get another job, and he wasn't moving out.
Maribel told him, "You're out and you need to be out tomorrow." So he starts cussing at her. Maribel gets upset, and she contacted her friend Paul, who she puts on speakerphone. Paul tells him, "If your stuff's not out by tomorrow, I will physically take your stuff out of that apartment."
And that was the last phone call on Maribel's phone.
How bad did the argument get?
Nothing bad. I would talk. She talked to Paul, and she'd go into her bedroom, close the door. Then I just went out, came back in. When I came back in, she was not here.
Friday morning, I was at work. Then I got a message from KC telling me, "Oh, your sister didn't come home." I called the police, but they said that I couldn't make a report because she hasn't been missing for 24 hours, and then it would look bad on her record. And I'm like, what is he talking about? Because he had told me that he was in love with her, I thought, oh God, he's just wants to know where she's at. He probably wants me to tell him where she is. And so I told him, "Casey, it's none of your business. Don't worry about it." "Oh, well, she left her light on and she never leaves her light on." And I'm like, oh my God, this guy is just ridiculous. He doesn't need to be calling me. He doesn't need to be texting me. All we need to know is you're gone. After Casey messaged me on Friday morning, I messaged her just to say hi, something along those words. And then she didn't text me back. But it was a Friday. I know she's busy. I didn't feel anything weird at the moment. I just felt he was weird. What's wrong with this man? After work, I had dinner plans with a friend. Went to dinner. Then I got a phone call from my cousin's wife, and she said, "Please don't worry, but Maribel did not make it to the game. None of us have talked to her. Go to her house. We're all going there." We called the police. I think subconsciously, my feelings, everything just really crashed, and I just started crying. I was a mess, like on a whole other level.
After she doesn't show up for the softball game, that's when the family goes over to her house to do the welfare check. Maribel's car was in the garage. Her bedroom light is on, and nobody's answering the door.
The police come and knock on the door. They can't get a hold of anybody in the apartment, so they make the decision to force entry.
So as soon as I get there, I pull up to her street, and there's like 4 cop cars out there. There's lights. I just see all these red lights. And the first thought that came to my mind was I imagined my sister dead in the house on her bed. And so I like parked my car somewhere. I left it, got out. I ran into the house. The door's open because the police is already in there. I go to her room, and her bed's not done. It's like her bed's always done. She doesn't leave without making her bed. I mean, it wasn't just undone, it was a mess. At that moment, I just knew something was really off. Where's Casey? I just knew that he did something to her.
The police try to locate Mr. Joy. Several phone calls are being made to his phone. He doesn't answer those calls.
That was kind of a red flag for us. We have police and family and everyone trying to find out where she's at, and the roommate was not there.
It turns out Casey was sitting in the car outside the apartment with binoculars, just watching the house.
He actually watches as the family members are knocking on the door and they're trying to get somebody's attention inside. He watches as the police come and knock on the door.
Maybe an hour into it, he actually leaves his vehicle and actually walks up to the residence. He kind of just walks up to the officers and kind of asks what's going on. Very casual, very nonchalant.
And then all of a sudden, Casey pops out of the back of a car into the crowd. And I see him, and I'm like, Casey, where's my sister? He didn't even look at me. He didn't even turn around. He went straight to the police officer, and immediately I said, okay, all right. So I pointed the finger at him immediately.
That night, Detective Ramirez asked Casey if he'd come down and talk to us. So we brought him here to the station and asked him some follow-up questions.
Her baseball bat's in the closet. Her baseball bat her bag was right in the closet. She didn't go play the game. Her baseball bat were in the closet because she didn't go to the game.
It was a little bit frustrating kind of getting facts out of him because he kind of spoke broken English.
Maybe knows about this, about that. That's the first time when I'm, like a house.
He would make the question and answer just a little difficult, act confused, like he wasn't sure what I was asking him.
We found that afterwards, Casey had moved to the States as a young kid, and he spoke very good English,
People that knew him real well didn't even know where this accent came from. They even asked me, hey, where did that accent come from? And I'm like, what accent? They said, he's never talked like that.
I said, my real concern about her friends or relatives. I said, I think I have not even think I did something. I have to worry about that.
Some of the neighbors said ever since this kind of investigation started, his English kind of went downhill.
He was trying to give off that feel sorry for me vibe, acting like he's this nice man who didn't do anything, who barely speaks English all of a sudden. Oh God, it was just, what a show.
So do you have anything to do with her being gone right now?
You got your chicken nuggets. I don't know where she is too. Who picked that up?
How'd you get all these scratches on you?
During the initial interview with the police, Detective Ramirez notices something on Casey Joy's arms.
That's something I never knew I had a scratch here.
He's sitting there with these scratches on him. Those alone made the hair on the back of your neck stand up. They're fresh, they're raised, they have dried blood on them. You can tell they've been within a few days. I'm thinking, how's he going to explain these?
We go to Eisenhower Park all the time. We pick up fishing line all the time. You go there, fishing line.
Those are from fishing?
No. I'm ready to explain.
His answer to us was that he had received those scratches, taken some fishing line from some bushes or something. He told us right off the bat, oh, this is where it happened, and this is the exact park.
Sure enough, you get up there, and there's these vicious thorns that absolutely could cause something like that. It's just like, wow, where did he come up with that one? Even though it was hard to believe, how would we prove that he didn't?
We were all just crying almost I wouldn't say 24 hours of the day, but it felt that way. It just felt so unreal. We were all just hoping that she was still out there.
I opened up an account on Facebook, and I posted her picture and was hoping this interaction with the public will help us. I don't know how, but it will.
I have friends that actually helped me pass out flyers. My teachers put them up at school since my high school was kind of closer to my aunt's house. So many people were involved and wanted to help out.
Everyone was looking.
Right here. Have him get it on. He's been too focused on that phone.
But get your food first, man. Playing. You get your food first.
I just started.
Any eyeglass purchase. Book your exam today at My Eye Lab.
There are many paths to healing after military sexual trauma, or MST. That's why VA is committed to helping MST survivors navigate their own path forward. If you'd like support, VA provides free, personalized MST-related care for survivors. VA believes in MST survivors, and we believe in helping them heal. To learn more, visit www.mentalhealth.va.gov/MST. What's missing? Plot twist. Let's run it again. Zendaya, how do you always keep it so fresh? Whatever the choice, just keep it smart.
VA understands the many ways that military sexual trauma can continue to affect survivors long after the experience. VA offers free resources and treatments to help veterans who experienced MST heal. To learn more, visit www.mentalhealth.va.gov/MST.
Most doctors recommend daily walks because of the many health benefits associated with walking. But how do you get healthy circulation boosting activity without leaving your chair? With Legzercise Pro, the natural circulation booster that uses continuous automatic leg movement to soothe pain and promote healthy circulation the natural drug-free way. Soothe pain and calm restless legs. Reduce swelling in your legs, ankles, and feet and stimulate healthy circulation. Stay active with Legzercise Pro.
Another busy day? Of course. You're a CIO in 2022, but you're ready because you've got the next generation in global secure networking from Comcast Business with fully integrated security solutions all in one place. So you're covered, on-premise and in the cloud. You can run things the way you want. Your team, ours, or a mix of both with the nation's largest IP converged network from the most innovative company. Bring on today with Comcast Business, powering possibilities.
I'm the best lawyer you could hope for, and I'll tell you why. Whoever's making you look guilty is making me look bad, and I don't like that. I'm sure the truth will come out.
What do you think?
Why did you keep screaming with them?
Jake.
What happened? What did you see? What did you see? Come on! Did you see something or not?
She flew away.
What the fuck is that supposed to mean? What I just said. People don't fly the fuck away. Sit down, Scott. What the hell's going on out there? I said sit the fuck down and shut up, goddammit. Now! You too, Jake. Everybody. Go sit down, Scott. You got a problem with me? No, you got one with me. Do I what? You heard me. We don't have time for bullshit, Scotty. Go sit down.
Cyrus, you better eat.
What was it? Scotty, what the fuck was it? Scotty, come on!
Scotty, we just want
I don't know what it was, all right? It had wings. Big fucking wings.
Central, this is Unit 17. We did a drive-by in the general area. Also found no evidence of forced entry.
Oh, 310. We're 10-7 and offer a diner for a little coffee and pie. Copy that, Central.
Central, copy.
All units. Anybody else getting some weird stuff out Kissel County way? I just got 2 calls, 10 miles apart, both reporting abductions.
Units, be informed, this should be strictly 1036 information.
Someone burning a marijuana field out there tonight? Because these 2 stories are way, way out.
Kissel County!
This is Poho related. Repeat, Poho related. You all know what I'm talking about.
This is Andy Buck. Can anybody hear me?
His phone works, no, his fucking phone works.
We are stuck in a broken down school bus out on East 9 and we are in serious trouble. Do you read me? Come on, is anybody even out there? This is Andy Buck. We're stuck in a broken down school bus out on East 9.
Javelins? We've got spears on this bus?
Sticks.
You want to wait around so you can poke at that thing with sticks. That thing shows up here again, and I'd rather have a sharp stick in my hand than nothing at all. Hey, guys. Betty's flag gun. A bunch of flags for it, too. Who says we wait around? I'm serious.
Scotty, you're not talking about getting off this bus.
You see that? That means that there's a farm down at the end of this road somewhere, and that's as far as anybody'd have to get to.
With that thing out there? Scotty, with that thing out there? Scotty!
That thing hasn't been back here in almost an hour. And that doesn't mean that it's not still up there somewhere. And that doesn't mean that it is. Hey, this isn't about who can run the fastest, okay?
Or being a pussy.
What is your problem?
You tell me, is he or isn't he?
Hey,
check yourselves, both of you.
Do I make you nervous? Thinking you're gonna come on to me? And every other swinging dick on this bus makes me nervous? Yeah, it makes you fucking stupid, too. Stop it! Scotty, come on. You get that hand off of me, we're gonna have one more missing person right here. There's nothing about any of us on this bus that's more important than sticking together. It's the only way we're gonna get through this. You wanna play cock of the walk now, huh? Now's not the time for this shit, Scotty. Big K, sit. I'm serious. Wanna play cock of the walk, bro? Why do I think you wanna call me something else? You want to call me something else, Scotty? Because I don't think you get it. I can see you thinking it, whether you say it or not.
Just stop it right now. Both of you, stop it. You guys all work together today to win a ball game. Now that something really serious happens, you can't even be civil to each other.
You tell him, not me. Whatever your trip is, we ain't got time for this shit. We should all be looking for ways we can defend ourselves until help gets here. To move this piece of shit. On what, the rim? Can you drive this thing or not? We wouldn't get 2 feet, man. What do you want me to do?
We're surprising Twisted Tea superfans with a Twisted Tea drop. Twisted Tea tastes like real iced tea because it's made with real brewed tea and 5% alcohol to kick off your game day. Twisted Tea hard iced tea. Keep it twisted.
Give it to me. What do you think? Hello. We need more movement.
What's missing? Plot twist. Genius. Let's run it again.
Zendaya, how do you always keep it so fresh?
Whatever the choice, just keep it smart.
Well, this all looks pretty sweet.
I'm shopping for my next adventure rig on Driveway. They've got one of the largest inventories of new and used vehicles anywhere, and they deliver right to your driveway.
Ah, Driveway. I
see what they did there.
Drive away. Buy or sell a car from your happy place.
Vaping made my social anxiety 10 times worse. I used to be stressed about going to school and talking to new kids and stuff, but around my friends and around my family, that was comfortable for me. And then it became, even around those people, I had to vape. That's when the vaping cycle kicks in. It was a fake form of confidence. I felt bad about who I was before I started vaping, but after I started vaping, I felt worse about who I was becoming.
Airlines are under pressure right now, and they are practically giving away their unsold seats. This will all end soon, and right now is the best time to take advantage of giveaway ticket prices on their unsold seats, so call right now.
It looks like we're in a screensaver. We need to go higher. Higher.
We're like yodeling high.
Yodeling? No. We should go even higher.
I'm good. Adventure elevated. Discover more in the Subaru Outback Wilderness. Love is what makes Subaru Subaru. Subaru is the National Park Foundation's largest corporate donor.
Whether it's a last-second bake sale, Taco Tuesday, or a meal for your future in-laws, it's gonna be great. With McCormick by your side for over 130 years, it's gonna be great.
What the hell does it want? Fuck? Is it looking at me?
Whatever it is, this is so pretty. Get the light off.
Max, only if we don't. The thing about the movie was if you were scared of him, he would take you. It's not that scary. No.
Place up like a smoke bomb.
Did they just come off the door?
Bucky, get on those front doors and get ready to open them. What, you think we're gonna run outside? It fucking comes inside.
Minxie? Minxie? Minxie. 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 Minxie.
spring for 23 days, it gets to eat.
Eat what? Eat what?
Yes.
Thanks. Are you okay? Look at me. I thought you were gone, girl. You passed out. Look at me. Are you okay? Your eyes went all the way in the back of your head.
I think he's gone, man. I'm willing to bet money on him.
You willing to bet stepping off this bus? Because that's the real bet.
Oh, how long's it been? It's gone. Came, it did its thing and went away.
It went away, but what the hell was it doing?
What do you think it was doing? It was picking people out.
What?
It can smell something in people, in their fear, something that helps it pick people out. Pick people out for what? I don't understand how you would know that, sweetie.
Have you smelled it? Have you seen it?
A dead boy told me. I think he was trying to warn me. He was trying to warn all of us that this thing has been around for thousands of years and that nothing has been able to kill it.
This is a dream you had?
Well, the boy was dead, so yes, I am assuming that it was a dream, Scott.
You were waving pom-poms at people this morning. Now all of a sudden you're a psychic hotline?
I don't know. You want to explain it to me because I can't.
Can you move here? I'll wash the dishes.
The boy was trying to warn us.
Get those pens.
I'm warning it has to go back into the earth.
Oh, come on.
Into the ground for 23 more years.
Oh, sorry.
And then what? Lives happily ever after? Huh? Why don't you clean out your bong, all right?
Scotty, just listen to her. It is coming back.
This is a dream she had, Rhonda. What, are you gonna believe it?
And it doesn't matter if we're hiding on this bus or if we're hiding under our beds. The ones that it
I
picked up.
start to wash and put how much soap?
Like 2 cups of the green one.
Sorry, move! Get over there! Go to your room!
Thanks. Take it easy, okay?
Sorry, seriously?
The boy told me that it can smell in our fear who it wants and what from them it wants to eat.
Hello, is anyone out there? Hello, we have a serious problem out here. We need help right away. Can anybody hear me? Is anybody out there, please? We have a... This is it.
I admit, ever since I got this little guy, I struggled with his big messes. I felt like I was just constantly cleaning up his hair. Then I got my paws on the Super Sweeper. It's a game changer. These heavy-duty dry cloths pick up a crazy amount of hair. Yo, this is all you. And these heavy-duty wet cloths capture whatever he drags in. I get the cleaning power of a mop with the ease of a wipe. Wow, clean floors every day? That's our new trick. We stopped cleaning and started Swippering. A diaper this leak-free sets them free. Only Pampers Cruisers 360 have a 360 stretchy waistband for up to 100% leak-free fit on every wild child. Pampers Cruisers 360. Live wild and free.
missing. Plot twist.
Let's run it again. Zendaya, how do you always keep it so fresh? Whatever the choice, just keep it smart.
To everyone who loves great food, let us make you a meal the Wisconsin way.
We cook each butter burger to order for you and the people you love, so it's the best part of your day.
The best.
The best. And every creamy scoop of fresh frozen custard, pure happiness.
Pure happiness.
Pure happiness. Because where Culver's comes from,
And the heart of America's Dairyland.
Our love.
Our love for fresh food is as strong as our love for all of you.
From Wisconsin with love.
Welcome to Delicious!
Welcome to the Victory Project.
Here you can live the life you deserve.
We're all here because we believe in the mission.
What are we doing?
Changing the world.
Do you even know what the Victory Project is?
Do you?
What did you do?
Don't worry, darling. Rated R. Only beaters.
Ah, the fresh scent of delivering love in the morning. Plus the extra cash for Drew here doesn't smell bad either. Huh. Who knew heartbreak could be so good for business? Whoever you are out there, just know, Janet sees you.
Hello? Hello, can you hear me? 226, are you still there?
I'm so fucking still here.
Okay, just say again what you just told me.
We're not playing games here, right?
Just say it, man.
We are trapped in a broken down school bus out on East 9. And something is going to kill us if we don't get help out here right away.
Where on 9 East?
In Kizzle County, are you the cops?
What's trying to kill you? What are you talking about?
Just tell me, are you the fucking cops?
Look, now listen to me. I'm already on the 9. But it's a big highway. So's Kissel County.
Are there any landmarks near you? Are you close to anything?
Yeah, I'm close to peeing my fucking pants, man. Can you just please tell me that you're on the way?
I can't really judge the strength of your signal, but it doesn't sound close.
What does that mean, man?
It means it's going to take me a while to get to you.
Look, we kind of have a time-critical situation here.
Roger that.
And please tell me that you're coming with backup, because if you're not the cops, you gotta promise me that you'll call them and you'll tell them that we're stuck out here.
I'll call them. I'll call them right now. But what you've got to do is hang on. Can you do that? Hang on.
Keep headed east. Just get us out there. Do it.
really want to come in. I know why you want to get it now, so I really do not remember it. I'm not exaggerating, like.
Fucking head's gone.
Right back down.
Men, want to feel younger, stronger, leaner? You don't have to slow down after 40. Nugenix Total T is our most powerful man-boosting formula ever. Text very to 369-369 for your complimentary bottle of Nugenix Total T. Plus, text now and we'll include a bottle of Nugenix Thermo, our most powerful fat incinerator ever, with P ingredients to help you get back into shape fast. Absolutely free. That's VERY to 369-369.
Here's an important message from the Diabetes Solution Center. Diabetics understand all too well the pain of pricking your fingers. But now, by wearing a small remote device called a continuous glucose monitor, or CGM, you can immediately reduce your pain. It's easy to use and helps you make more accurate diabetes treatment decisions. If you are testing your blood sugar 4 or more times daily, injecting insulin 3 or more times daily, or using an insulin pump, call the Diabetes Solution Center right now. Attention Zantac users. The FDA requested manufacturers to pull Zantac off the market. If you have any of these cancers, time is critical. Call now for a free consultation. If you don't win, you pay nothing. Call 800-510-8805.
In a world where temptation lurks around every corner, there's a league of Baby Bell cheese, helping us to realize another snack is possible. And now it's your turn to spread the goodness. Are you ready? Baby Bell, join the goodness. Unwrap the magic and celebrate the 50th anniversary of Walt Disney World with limited edition mini Baby Bell cheese.
game when you're having fun.
There's something happening. Something cool.
Lay it on us, man.
Whoa.
People rely on us. Let's keep it together.
It's on.
No pressure.
This is beyond.
When I was 17, I wanted to be a gangster. I married this life, and now I'm gonna see if it married me back.
Tulsa, I want you to go there.
This is a joke.
Get that door open. Now's our chance.
It's dead, right?
Don't know. Don't care. It won't open! Stop on them! They open in! Something got screwed up! Doors? From the outside. It's an emergency exit, idiot. Then you fucking open it, man. Get that door open. Fucking exit that fucking works. Fuck. He jammed it. We thought it was trying to come in. But this frickin' thing was making sure we couldn't get out. Break the fucking doors! Hey, we can pry this thing open. Give me a pole or a bar or something metal. Something big. Yeah, that'll work.
What do you want to do?
Come on, D. You need to get to this side. Come on, everybody. Come on. This thing's like a fucking shower curtain, man. That's crazy. Oh, man, show like you got a pair. Fuck you. Everybody, let's go. Shower curtain. This thing's like a fucking piece of toilet paper. blew his head off.
It's time to go. What are you talking about, man? Help is coming. The 9 is big. You remember? What if he's an hour away? What if he's going the wrong direction? There are fucking cops on the way, man. And you want the rest of us to sit underneath that big hole in the roof and hope that thing doesn't come crashing in here? What do you mean, the rest of us? I mean, it's time to stop being polite. There are 2 classes of people on this bus now. It had its pick of 20 of us back there, and it picked 2. Dante was one. Another one was you, Jay. Oh, God damn it!
And we all saw him go for you, Bucky.
What the hell is that supposed to mean, huh? 2 classes of people? What, the will be eaten and the won't be eaten? Fuck you, Scotty.
Minxie says this thing gets anybody it picks out no matter what.
Don't put me in this. She also said that after tonight it goes away and for a long time, Scott.
You tell us, Minxie. Are we safe if we can hide out till morning? Or is this thing gonna come after these guys with everything it's got? Because it only has till morning. Huh? We're screwed, right?
Yeah.
Scotty, you're not talking about throwing people off this bus. It's funny you should say that, D, because the only other one we know he picked out for sure was you.
Whoa, hold on a second.
We all saw the way it sniffed you out back there. You were the only one that gave tongue action, man, and we all saw it.
Scotty! I don't understand what you're trying to do.
I'm trying to stay alive.
You're trying to split us up!
We have just dropped a notch on the fucking food chain, man. This is about living or dying now, okay? And if this bus is the only thing keeping that fucker away from us, how safe are we, you guys? With everybody it's hungry for sitting inside it.
Does your plug-in fade too fast? Try Febreze Fade to 5 Plug. It has built-in technology to digitally control how much scent is released to smell first day fresh for 50 days. A diaper this leak-free sets them free. Only Pampers Cruisers 360 have a 360 stretchy waistband for up to 100% leak-free fit on every wild child. Pampers Cruisers 360. Live wild and free.
I want to be a soldier. Fighting takes courage. We'll see if you have any. We fight or we die.
You have a new family now.
Scars, you have meaning. Relentlessly, I will fight. You are a warrior.
King in theaters September 16th, rated PG-13.
OMG. This Premier Protein Cafe Latte is beyond rich, creamy with that caffeine kick. With 30 grams of protein, 160 calories, and just 1 gram of sugar, Premier Protein. Too good to be good.
For every action, there's a Pluto TV reaction.
Hot damn.
You're operational now. You can't stop it. Watch our most explosive channel yet, only on Pluto TV.
Ink Master is back with an all-new host.
Welcome to the Ink Master Shop. Legendary fan-favorite artists return for another chance at the title. This is who you need to impress.
This competition is a mental, physical, and emotional battle.
Ink Master, exclusively on Paramount Plus.
I want to see hands. I want to see hands. Because as shitty a deal as it is, I gotta say, I'd like you, Bucky, and Jake off this bus, man.
You listen to me, piece of shit. He looked at you too, bro. I saw him and you did too. He looked right at you and smiled. And when he made Jake take the lights off it, he could have looked at you twice and licked his fucking lips, but we don't know that. So you keep your little blacklist. Because when he takes you out, and I hope he does, I'm gonna be the one getting as far away from your sorry ass as I can. Time to go is right. I'm gonna go find that phone.
Then I'm going with you. You know I'm coming.
You wanna keep this bus? Then you sit in it. Right under that big hole. See how long you last.
Look, I'm sorry, D. You are so right about that.
Come on, guys. Come on, help me. It's on the way. Why are we splitting up? He said he was coming. We're gonna leave and he's gonna pull up. Help us. It's a death trap. Use your head.
You're really gonna let them go alone?
What, do you want to go with them?
We don't know who it picked out. Jesus Christ, it looked at everyone. Scotty, let go of me.
Let go of you?
Let go of me.
Destiny!
Bro, you want to know, Scotty, what I found out today? When people get really scared, it's just like when they get drunk. The real person comes to the surface. We could have protected Dee and Jake and all of us. We stuck together. You know, like in a team.
I told you to pick them up.
Stop moving! Stop!
You're hurting him! You're hurting him!
It's in there like 12 minutes!
Oh my God! You're hurting him!
What is it, boy? What is it?
Papa!
Go! Go! Where did you come from? From that bus? How far up ahead? Huh? Come on, answer me.
It doesn't matter. There's no one on the bus and you can't kill it.
Jackie, get the dog inside.
Look, you can't stop it.
You get in the cabin with Jack Jr. You stay down till this is over.
This will never be over. It doesn't matter what you do. It'll be back. 23 years from now. 23 years from then.
Get us to that bus.
My friends say I'm always helping. I chose healthcare because it's exciting. At the College of Healthcare Professions, you train in the skills healthcare needs today.
CHCP has flexible 100% online or on-campus programs.
With in-person classes just 2 days a week.
There's always help available.
Even with job placement.
You can start a new career in as little as 9 months.
With a little help from your friends.
Visit chcp.edu for the career of your life.
When Dyson's laser reveals invisible dust on your floor, its powerful hyperdymian motor sucks up those microscopic particles for a cleaner, healthier home. Exclusively in gold, only at Dyson. Dyson's latest compact vacuum reveals invisible dust with a laser. Carbon fiber filaments pick up those microscopic particles. Suction is increased when needed thanks to this special sensor which sizes and counts them and gives you scientific proof. While this hyperdymian motor provides deep clean power and 5-stage filtration captures fine dust. Buy direct from the people who made it. Free shipping from Dyson.
Alive with delicious Mexican flavors. Daily Mix. Find us in the frozen aisle.
Are you still looking for a new home? Let us help, because memories are waiting to be made, and life is passing by quickly. At LTI Homes, we understand that more space means more life. bringing you closer to the ones you love. With amenity-rich communities and new homes that are built with our Complete Home and Complete Home Plus packages, we have the right home for you. Don't wait any longer. Call today. Hadestown is the Tony and Grammy Award-winning Best Musical. It's an epic celebration of music, togetherness, and hope. A Broadway musical like no other. This is as good as it gets. Hadestown.
Playing at the Majestic Theater September 13th through the 18th. Tickets on sale now at Broadway and SanAntonio.com.
The fully electric Audi e-tron family is here. With models that fit any lifestyle. And innovative ways to make your e-tron your own. Through elegant design and progressive technology. All the exhilaration, none of the compromise. The Audi e-tron family. Progress that moves you.
I'm the best lawyer you could hope for, and I'll tell you why. Whoever's making you look guilty is making me look bad, and I don't like that. I'm sure the truth will come out.
Bucky! What are you doing here? What are you doing here? You let her in, huh, Johnny? Have you seen anybody else? What are you doing?
The thing is after you, Bucky.
Hey, there's no farm out there, man. I must have run 10 miles all over this fucking valley. Bucky. Wait. Don't make me go back out there again, man. It's fucking freaky out there, man, please. okay? I think so.
Jackie, get us away from the bus! Come on, go! Get us away from the bus! Jackie, go on! Get us away! Move it!
You want to be ready for a tech-powered career. We can teach you the skills you need to be prepared. You got this, and we got you. Prepare for the workplace of tomorrow with stackable programs designed around you. And stay on track with personal support and 24/7 tutoring. Because your success is our success too. DeVry, advancing ambition.
Let's go, Mom. Hurry up.
I would love for her to have her own bedroom and maybe even her own bathroom.
And everything you see here is included in the home.
My parents say I can stay the night.
You have ambition. DeVry can help you push it further. You want to innovate. Our tech-powered programs can help you lead. You want to grow.
Our stackable credentials can help you stay sharp. You want to stay on track. Our advisors can help you pursue your goals. We'll help you get to the next level. Because your success is our success too. Advance your ambition at DeVry.edu.
Earn points faster with more bonuses so you can extra how you extra at any of our 6,000 hotels. New IHG1 rewards. Guess how you guessed.
We do more. We step up, stand out, break rules, and spark revolutions. We save lives, we give life, and we get right back to work. We deliver, no, we over-deliver, and we make it look easy. We ball, boss up, shatter records, ceilings, and expectations, and at the end of all that,
we still end up with less.
COVID-19 moves fast, and now you can too, by asking your healthcare provider if an oral treatment is right for you. Oral treatments can be taken at home and must be taken within 5 days from when symptoms first appear. If you have symptoms of COVID-19, even if they're mild, don't wait. Get tested quickly. If you test positive and are at high risk for severe disease, act fast. Ask if an oral treatment is right for you. COVID-19 moves fast, and now you can too.
I don't believe it. But I think I found a way out of here. What? Mixie said it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter what Mixie said. Right? The others might have gotten away. We don't know that. Kimball, too. Hey, nobody gets to decide we die. No dream, nobody gets to decide that is bullshit. I hope so. Come on. I want to go show you a big ugly bug. That's the truck that passed us this morning. Remember with the big bug on top of it?
You think we can just drive away in it?
No, but I think I know how to hotwire a truck. That's how I got my bar fight. I was trying to steal somebody's truck. Yeah, bar? Jesus Christ. Wherever it was going, I don't think he made it. Oh my God, the keys are in it! Come on, man, the keys are in it! It's not birds. Shit! I'm a sand duck back here, Anthony. Step on it. I've got it floored.
Go, come on, go faster. Make it go
Alive with delicious Mexican flavors. Daily Mix. Find us in the frozen aisle.
Let's go, Mom. Hurry up.
I would love for her to have her own bedroom and maybe even her own bathroom.
And everything you see here is included in the home.
My parents say I can stay the night.
You want to be ready for a tech-powered career. We can teach you the skills you need to be prepared. You got this, and we got you. Prepare for the workplace of tomorrow with stackable programs designed around you. And stay on track with personal support and 24/7 tutoring. Because your success is our success too. DeVry, advancing ambition.
Are you still looking for a new home? Let us help, because memories are waiting to be made and life is passing by quickly. At LTI Homes, we understand that more space means more life, bringing you closer to the ones you love. With amenity-rich communities and new homes that are built with our Complete Home and Complete Home Plus packages, we have the right home for you. Don't wait any longer. Call today.
You have ambition. DeVry can help you push it further. You want to innovate. Our tech-powered programs can help you lead. You want to grow. Our stackable credentials can help you stay sharp. You want to stay on track. Our advisors can help you pursue your goals. We'll help you get to the next level. Because your success is our success too. Advance your ambition at devry.edu.
HEB warehouse. We move quickly to get products from our warehouses to our stores. Working hard for Texas is what HEB is all about. I love working at HEB because I'm part of something bigger. Each and every person counts at HEB because here, people matter.
Join HEB and be part of something as big as Texas.
It isn't dead. Its time ran out.
Looks dead to me.
Is that all your stuff?
That's in our space.
Yes! You just
I can give you. Uh-huh.
I need you to take that out of your stuff.
Wait, Mom. Are you almost here yet?
No, I'm Stella, and this is my helper, Ricky. I'm Blicker, and I'm a very important Mighty Express rescue train. I'm a very important Mighty Express rescue train. Hey, you sound exactly like me. Like my voice changer? I can sound like your dog, too. here? My name's Flicker, and I'm kind of busy, but that truck will take you to my friends at Mission Station. They can show you around. Bye-bye, little Flipper! I'm not that little. Am I, Diesel? Thanks, Diesel. This place is amazing! Yeah! Look at all this cool stuff!
Thanks! I'm Max. Welcome to Mission Station, home of Mighty Express! Mighty Express! Whoa!
I'm Stella, and this is Ricky. I love it here! What is all this stuff?
That's where the trains get cleaned up. That's where they get tuned up. And that's where they get hooked up to cargo cars.
Ooh! Can that thing spin really fast?
I'm not sure. I've never tried.
According to my calculations, that would be not good, very bad. According to my correct calculations, it would be awesome!
After the trains hook up to a cargo car, then they head out on mega missions and make deliveries.
On all the beautiful, beautiful tracks all over town. There's going to be organizations, the beach. We have everything. Howdy, Mac. We're checking in on that animal feed delivery. The animals are getting hungry.
We'll have their food delivered soon.
Well, nice meeting you, Mike. Bye, everyone. Let's go, Ricky. I have a plan. Bye. This is the coolest place ever. We need to figure out how to take it over so it can be mine. All mine. Yeah, mine. All mine. But how am I going to get them to leave? Oh, I know. I'll use my voice changer to trick them into leaving. Hello! It is your small friend Flipper! It's Flicker! I mean Flicker! There's big trouble at Beach and Port Station! Need all trains! Beach! Port! Help!
Flicker needs our help!
Not good, very bad!
Calling all trains! Today's mega mission goes to... everybody!
Yay! It's our most mega mission ever!
Mighty Express needs to say Beach and Port Station. Now we're ready to...
clean up, tune up,
hook up
to the beat of my sweet rap! It's port time! Freak down! Tune up time! You are all Miser certified!
Mighty Express, it's mighty time! Now we're ready to make tracks!
Yes, it works! Very sneaky and very tricky. I'm Stella. I'm Ricky. I'm sneaky. I'm tricky. Now we need to make sure they can't ever get back in. Yeah, let's do that. How do we do it? Oh, I know. We'll take a dance around Mission Station, and we'll build a drawbridge over it just for us, so we can go in and out. Ooh, that's a great idea. Are you full, Diesel? kids tricked by Tricky Ricky and Nicky Pal. Another pair of glasses, please. You can't do this. I'll stop you. Oh, what are you gonna do? Okay, Ricky, now. You can't beat me. I'm super fast. Bullet train, Ricky, for the win. Talk you later, little train. Choo-choo. Boo-hoo. They're right. I'm too small to beat them. Thanks. But we need help from the big train. Where is everyone? Approaching Port Station!
Ahoy! Great to see you. What made you all cruise to Port Station? You're not having a big unsafe emergency? No. Ah! Or help! No, everything is ship-shape here.
We got a call that you needed help.
Great.
Very strange.
Hi, Tiny.
What's up, main train? Awesome day to visit the beach, huh? Isn't there an emergency here? Nah, there's never an emergency at the beach. Why would Flicker call us if there's no emergency here? And now for part 2 of my awesome plan. Trap them at each station so they can't come back. I want to push the button. I want to push the button. Here you go. Huh?
What's going on? I didn't do that. It's not going down.
Jungle Dude, what's up? Let's go down. It's totally like stuck. That means we're stuck here too. We did it! The trains are trapped. Very tricky and very sneaky. I'm Bella. I'm Ricky. I'm sneaky. I'm tricky. I'm sneakier. I'm the trickiest. I'm sneaky times 1 billion. I'm tricky to the power of 2 trillion. I'm so sneakier. And now I'm going for that awesome train wash. A super amazing bullet train like me. Yeah. Hello? Mighty Express. Nate? Fred? Dave? Anyone? Tiny's trying to tell us something. He wants us to go to the gate, but it's not opening. What are we gonna do? I can't reach it. Can you see it? Hurry and get out of here. Guys, I'm here. How can I help? Flicker, the shovel gate is stuck. Can you lift it up by its handle? No problem. Mega hose activate. I can't lift it. It's too heavy. And I'm too small.
That's okay, Flicker. That's the only way out. We're surrounded by water. Wait, we can't drive on the water, but we can drive under it. I can lay underwater track. Ooh, and I'll use my claw like a propeller so we can go fast, faster. Mega driver claw activate! Mighty Express, let's hook up. An egg. Flicker, head to Port Station if you need help. We'll meet you there.
Okay, Sir Master.
Time to dive in.
I'm super shiny! Awesome! Yeah! Now that's more like it! Sneaky Stella style! And now, it's time! It is done. Howdy, and help! Animals are going crazy here, that's me! They're running away! Hiya, I need bridge supplies! The bridge is about to break! Hi, I need a new solar system stand! The sun's about to fall!
Guys, I need a remote.
Who are you? Tricky Ricky and Sneaky Stella! We're in charge now! And all that stuff is on it! Okay, thanks, bye! Hi, is Penny picking me up for school? I'm gonna be late. Liza, you look different. Did you change your hair? I'm Stella, and Benny will be there soon. Now stop calling us.
Mom, did I have Super Super Speed?
Is there a problem?
They want to speak with you.
Okay, hold on a minute.
When I was 6 years old, they put me on medication. Because I had an incident where the teacher took my pants down and
No, first you're gonna go over there because I want to be done right and actually take like a 10-minute nap at least.
What we got?
Which I know I'm not going to.
Sit. Wait. Wait. Up. Good girl. Good girl.
Hey.
Yeah. 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 Yummy. Shut up, Tyler.
Yes, go watch it over there.
America broke a couple.
Fucking cupcake.
when I was 6 years old, they put me on medication.
Why?
Because I had an incident where the teacher took my pants down in front of the whole class and hit me with a ruler. This ruler.
After skiing med 2 dages mellemrum og 9 kilo udtaler en regnhave.
That's crazy. My shampoo? Hey, I didn't see my shampoo. Oh, you have to read The two pads came out to $6.98. The deodorant, $6.98. The shampoo, $6.98.
Two packs together?
Yeah, $6.98. That's what I'm saying. Like, that's crazy, right? All three different things came out to $6.98 each. Like, that's cool. There's nothing but eights. The dog food, $27.78. And then of course $6.98. All three of those things. And the wipes, $4.98. The variety pack, $16.88. That's crazy. All these different eats. You done? You done? Sit. 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 You like it?
This is the house that I lived in. I came here when my two youngest sons were probably 10, 12 years old. This is where they were wrestling. And they looked up and they saw it. They ran into their grandmother who was babysitting for my two younger ones. She didn't believe them. And she said not to tell me because she didn't want to upset me.
Weird, like,
and I came home from that experience and said, I'm not going to tell them because I don't want to frighten them. So when you people called and said you were going to do this, I called my son and I said, guess what? Years ago I saw this mother.
Yeah, I saw this plane.
We saw that too. And I said, but you didn't tell me. He said, but you didn't tell us. So all these years, we never spoke of it.
It was just doing like it was like coming down close to that distance. Somehow, I don't know why, I caught you at another house or whatever that you're supposed that you're paying rent somewhere else, and what's it called? You were with some other dude, and I caught you with the other dude. I actually choked you, and what's it called? Like I went at you, and then what's it called? I attacked that dude. I got rid of him. And then what's it called?
I'm Jane Green. I've lived in Great Barrington since I was 12 years old.
Like, why the heck are you cheating on me? Why are you cheating on me?
We were a prominent family because of our store. We had the oldest Rexall pharmacy in the Northeast. In this small town, you know, somebody changes their diet from a donut to a roast beef sandwich, everybody in town knows it.
I was like, second time, again. You cheating on me with another dude.
My name's Tom Warner.
Okay, and that's like
the house I'm in now, we've been in for 6 generations. My son's been in the 6th generation. We've had the same very house since 1835. I was the youngest of 7 children. A lot of things were happening back in 1969. America was really changing rapidly. 10 years old, you're changing too. My mother was from Hollis, Queens, so we had been raised in more of a city environment. When you moved here, it was more or less to assure a nice upbringing for the family. You know, it was Norman Rockwell feel.
I had recently acquired a little restaurant called the Village Green in the middle of Sheffield, which was kind of a place where a lot of people gathered and met. I was a single mother, and I was trying very hard to give the boys idyllic kind of a life.
I never felt like I belonged here. I always felt that there was, I was meant for something else. In 1969, it would have been just under 10.
My name is Melanie Kirchdorfer. I've lived here since 1957. I was 12 years old in 1969. As kids, we would spend a lot of time on the main street. We were pretty wild. My sister and I had a friend that would steal cigarettes from our mom, so we wanted to go share a cigarette together that weekend. We did not want to get in a car with our parents and get ice cream. It was the last thing we wanted to do.
I still to this day think about it, September 1st, 1969. My whole life changed right here. This was a moment that forever changed my life.
Something weird took place here. We were a part of it.
50 years ago, man. 50 years ago. Feels like it was just yesterday.
Whenever you're something under the mother, but you wear them under your shorts.
It was just beyond dusk. It was getting really dark. And I was coming back from Stockbridge to Great Barrington.
Like what?
The only person in the car with me was Mary DeGrace, who's passed away now. She was my girlfriend. We were just the two of us. We were driving down, and I saw a lot of lights, and I said, there must have been an accident. There must be a lot of police cars up there. Look at all the lights. As I got closer, I couldn't even drive anymore because the lights were so bright. So I pulled over to the side, and I noticed the car in front of us pulled up to the side, too. And I got out of the car. My girlfriend got out of the car, too. I will never, if I get Alzheimer's, the one thing that'll stick in my mind, what happened. This huge object floated right there. And I couldn't see the end of it from the right or from the left. I can't tell you whether it was bronze or whether it was silver, whether it was gold. It was immense. And it was tall, but the bottom part, I didn't see windows, I didn't see any, and most of all, there was no noise. There was no motor, there was nothing, it just was there. And these lights were coming in, and I just looked at it, and within a period of seconds, it lifted up, went this way, lifted up again, and went over the mountain.
It was Labor Day. It was hot. It was a real hot day. I remember exactly where I was. I was doing artwork, coloring. My medium back then was Crayola. I'd always go next door to the Shaws, and Debbie, who was Jane's sister, would always, instruct me how to stay in the lines and all that stuff.
He always colored with my sister, who was 4 years older than Tommy. Tommy. Stay in the lines. Stay in the lines. Okay. I said stay in the lines. And that's what she would do with him. I've seen Tommy since the day he was, brought home from the hospital. That night that he ran out, it scared the living heck out of us.
He's out there. Everyone else is over here. And I've been telling them to get up.
Before I know it, was getting a little later, and after I did the coloring, I walked over to this window. And this voice told me, you need to go home now. It just scared the daylights out of me. I mean, it was like commanding me to go home. And I said to Debbie, Debbie, I have to go home. And she goes, why? I said, I don't know. Maybe God's talking to me through those clouds. I don't know. And so I started bolting out the door. I could just feel this energy that was inside me that was like fear from the mental telepathy that I just experienced, and my whole desire just to get from this point here to my house. And I was running full speed, and I remember just feeling like I was flying at this point.
And he was like running right here in place, just constantly for about 5 minutes. He was running in place.
I was running, but I wasn't moving. I just got a feeling that something was wrong. And I didn't know what it was, but it just gave me chills. Off to my left, there was a rock, and there was a path, and we were right on the path here, and the rock was just off to my left. And as I turned slowly, and a UFO dropped right out of the sky right in front of me. And a beam came on me. And as the light was on me, my hands jerked back like this, and it's like air got sucked out of me.
The light came around him this way towards his left, and the next thing I know, he disappeared.
And in a blink, in a flash, I was gone.
Where did Tommy go? Can't find him.
So next week is Team 1's game, and then 2 weeks in Scotland.
We went to the Dairy Queen to get our ice cream, and then we went up to Lake Mansfield. My father backed into the parking lot, and this brilliant, bright aura came around. I got goosebumps thinking about it. And he looked up and he said, "Holy shit." And my mother's like, "Oh, Joey." And all of us kids are like, what is that? And start screaming. He's like, "Oh, we gotta chase this." And I'm like, no, please don't. And my mother's like, "Oh, it's just a shooting star. It's just," and I'm like, "It's not just a shooting star. Dad, please don't chase it. Please don't chase it." And he starts chasing it. My sister and I, we were like shaking. She said she doesn't remember anything after that, but I remember levitating, and then I remember being on a ship. I remember being laid out on it.
That's when I saw Melanie. It was the only face I remember. It just was crouched to my right.
I don't remember seeing him, but he said he remembers seeing my eyes. And then I was really scared.
The look of, oh my God, fear.
I was in a room with just young people. They were like children, and then they would just disappear one by one by one by one. And then I woke up, and I was at the lake by myself, and then I had to walk home.
The next thing I know, I'm being laid down at the other end of the property over here. And you can describe it as if you laid down a baby onto the ground. Just like that. And when I looked up, there was a beam on me. And with the beam on me, my brother was in back of me. And he said, "Run!" And I couldn't run. I said, "I can't. The beam's holding me on the ground." And then mental telepathy said, "I'll be done in a minute." In a minute, the light beam went off. I rolled just slightly to my right. I stood up like this. I looked up, I turned around. I was gone.
By the time they picked him up or whatever they did and put him over here, it was 7 minutes.
It's too early. Yeah. So I mean, I don't know how it works. and I've hired on with the company.
I did not know Tom Warner. I was older than him. We ran with different crowds. When I met Tom for the first time, I felt an immediate connection to him. It was weird. It was very weird. Because I'd lived here my whole life and I'd never really met him. And now I feel like he's a brother to me.
Whenever they have like a holiday, so they're off the previous work day. They get out early.
Okay. On September 1st, 1969, I was riding in a horse show. It was a blistering hot day. I remember that. It was very hot even for that time of year.
Oh, guess what?
The saddle came loose and I was holding on for dear life, and a few people came in to slow down the horse and stop it, and I had to run out and grab him. And at that point, she felt so thankful that I didn't get trampled or something. She said, you know what, let's go to dinner. And so we got to the diner, and it was running late. It was almost 9 o'clock, and it was almost bedtime. And so they decided to take the bridge, the shortcut home through the Sheffield Bridge.
So they declined twice. Like, what the heck? I called, and it said the car that I was calling had been reported lost.
Now, as we started through the covered bridge, Thomas was in the back seat with Matthew, his younger brother. He loved those little called fireballs, round things, and he was going to give one to Matthew. And my mother heard that, and she turned around and she said,
he could choke. Don't give that to him. He's too young. And when she turned around and facing the back of the station wagon, she noticed what looked like a light rising from the banks of the Housatonic River.
Yeah, no, but she said that it's like.
And as we exited the bridge, I can remember this like yesterday. There was a light bulb hovering, maybe about 2 stories high. We were amazed. I mean, we'd never seen anything like it. It was glowing.
And then as it rose, it fired these rods of light.
You're not gonna put nothing to dry because
everyone was focused on this thing, but for some reason, my brothers tend to look to the right. My brother saw this orange orb, and it seemed to have this roll to it, almost like something like an ocean wave is the way he describes it. Kind of like the inside of this thing was moving and turning.
As we're rolling along, the atmosphere got really close. Everything was dead quiet.
We felt like we were underwater. We could feel like a pressure change. So my mother, she pulled off to the side of the road. Windows were open. It was like 90 degrees that night. We all started looking out the side of the car. Grandma's looking out. Everyone's looking at, where is this white sphere that we saw moments ago? And then bang, my mother notices this thing first in the sky. And she's like, my God, what is that?
There was a disc-shaped object hovering there. It looked something like if you ever took a turtle shell and turned it sideways and looked at it. It was like that, and then it was a little shorter under here, but in the middle there was a different ridge to it.
The craft itself, I would say that it had to be at least 100 yards long. And we're staring at this thing out the window, and all of a sudden the car just lit up inside, like the floodlights inside our car. I could see the dashboard. I could see the back of my grandmother's hair. I could see the radio. I remember this like it was yesterday. I could see my mother. Everything in the car was just like it was daylight.
I mean, usually you hear some summer noises, and everything was deadly still and silent. Then all of a sudden the chirping started loudly. It erupted, crickets, everything. And that's the last I remember.
This eruption of crickets and katydids and frogs and this, whatever it was, seemed to affect the entire area, the wildlife. And then that's the last thing I remember being in the car. My fragmented memory of it, I can account for maybe 15 minutes. but it was over a 3-hour period.
And I left it like at 3 minutes.
I have no memory of the lost time. I have none. And I wish I did. In a way, maybe it's just as well I don't. The next thing I remember is coming to in front of the drugstore. My mother was in the driver's seat, and I was in the passenger seat, which was not the way it was when I turned the car off, obviously, because I had been driving.
If anything, worst case scenario, just make sure to have the HEB app down.
When we were placed back in the vehicle, I believe it was meant for us not to ever think that this happened. You know, that we just all passed out, we all fell asleep, because everything was supposed to be exactly the way it was 3 hours earlier, but the mistake was my mother and grandmother were reversed, and the ignition was off. My grandmother never drove. My thinking is that we were at the wrong place at the wrong time. 3 hours of time went by. Whatever happened to us, I don't know. Was there something extracted? Was something exchanged? Were we drugged up? I don't really know.
Before this happened, I was a non-believer in any of that stuff. It just, no way. Flying saucers, and I just did not believe it. I drove all the way into Great Barrington and pulled over where our store was. It's Main Street, turned the car off and looked at my girlfriend and said, "What just happened?" So I ran in and I told my husband, and he said to go up and report it to the radio station. And I went in, and Tom J., who was the director of WSBS, started to laugh, and he said, "You and Mary must be out drinking again." He said, "I think it must have been swamp gas." That this was no swamp gas, Tom, and I explained it. A few hours later, he was inundated with calls from other people.
Tom J., who was the radio personality for WSBS Radio, actually heard the calls coming in over TM Radio, and there were so many of them that he actually had called the police department to see if they were hearing this as well. Got on the air and was asking if anyone saw this. You know, where was it? Does anyone know where it is?
That is
from Pittsfield to Stockbridge to Lenox to Egremont to Sheffield to Canaan, Connecticut. The calls were coming in from a multitude of towns by groups of people that in many cases had never met each other before.
Hometown station of the Merch here is 860 AM, 94.1 FM, WSBS, streaming online worldwide at WSBS.com. And check us out.
In 1969, I wasn't even thought of yet. I was born in 1983. Yeah, legend has it that strange occurrence that took place in September of 1969 was a UFO sighting. I think it's unlikely that if you have all these people in this area, different states, different part of the county that are seeing it, I can't imagine they're making it up or lying about it. Back then, the technology was much different than today. You record a newscast, and when you're done with that newscast, you don't really think about saving it. The next day or 2 days after, that news story is gone and erased with the current news story. I wish I still had access to those tapes in 1969, not just for the radio station and for us having it, but just wish I could provide people with it and say, just to have a tangible object for people, because I know it's such a sought after item, and it's unfortunate we don't have it, but I really wish we did.
Daily public records of any police activity, and they're open to the public, and we have to keep them forever. And fortunately, we do have them from 1969. I did find that day there's very little activity on there. It's basically one page. In the evening shift, which is 4 to midnight, which I believe is when this incident happened, there's a young lady from the day shift turned up and was found, which was good. There's a report from a gentleman reporting trash and beer cans thrown on his lawn. He was upset about that. Reported it to the police department, and actually that was it. When I went looking for this, I thought maybe there'd be things on there, and I was very surprised that there isn't. I think the jury's out.
as we say in my business, I think the jury's out. At least in my mind it is, in terms of exactly what it was or what happened.
When we started hearing about these abductions that took place years ago, to complete our archives, I decided to take a trip up here to the Berkshire Athenaeum. We started with the Berkshire Eagle, which is the daily paper. Wow, nice. See if I could find any reference to it. September 2nd was the day I started, because that was the day after the initial abductions, if you will. And I ran through for about a whole month and didn't find any reference in the Berkshire Eagle to any sightings. I've thought a lot about how come this didn't get reported. And I suspect that people just thought that it was a joke or a scam. I also talked to the former editor of a weekly paper in Great Barrington, and he kind of laughed. He says, oh yeah, I remember that, but I thought it was a bunch of hooey, so I didn't put anything in the paper.
Sí. Sí, ahí por el Wingstop y todo, sí. Ok, sí, ahí ya está listo. Okay. Yo le digo.
That's my dad at Anacostia Island, up off the coast of Canada. That's probably like about 25 years ago. Got a deer, and they took that picture of him right there. Beautiful picture. People used to ask me if that was my father. Now people ask me if that's me. I'm getting old and gray. You know. How you doing today? Good, getting stuff done? I'm not sure the exact day, but it was right after it happened. And people started coming in reporting it to my father, who was chief of police at the time in Sheffield. They'd say they saw a flying object in the sky that wasn't an airplane. And it looked totally different and was lit up, and they were round and lit up in silver. And they were going slow and landing in the fields out here. It's all farm fields over here by the road, all the way down into Connecticut. Cornfields, hay fields, and they were landing in those fields and taking off, and that's what people saw. I'm like, whoa, they weren't airplanes, they said. They were round and they were silver. My father, he thought it was a bunch of baloney. And me and my friends, because I knew all about it, we started going out too, on our own, just looking around, camping out, sleeping in the car, watching. Never got to see anything. We went right to all the places which I knew. I never got to see it myself, but we kept hearing about it. Dad kept investigating it, so we knew it happened.
A number of people saw it. We talk about it a little bit, maybe over a campfire or something like that, or close friends, and you tell the story, and all of a sudden you feel bad that you told the story because people kind of look at you kind of strange, you know. And if you keep telling the story, after a while, you're not going to have any friends, you know. You scare the hell out of everybody, you know, especially as a teenager and young adult. People, they don't want to hear it. It's too scary. You know, through high school, I didn't date girls, no. You know, it was like I was the Black Plague or something. It was nothing that was ever said, but I knew it. Because people don't have the answers for something, they have to blame it on something. It's, you know, your imagination or whatever. Eventually, I had to paint it. I just had to paint as close as I could to that night. I never intended to show this painting. I never intended to tell my story. I think it was kind of therapy doing that painting for me. And I suppose I just have that there to hold fast to that night and remember, you know, we're not alone. And it's something I'll never forget.
My sister always believed me, so I was lucky to have my sister. I had a boyfriend then that I could talk to about it. My boyfriend would believe me then, so he knew about it, He's not alive now. He passed away. But they're the only ones that knew about it.
I've always been one to be very honest and very open, and there's a part of me that needed to talk about it, to need to share this, to get it off my chest, if you will. It wasn't like I was looking for attention, certainly not trying to capitalize on anything. I was 9 or 10 years old. And we're already outsiders to begin with, so this wasn't obviously going to be received well by my schoolmates.
Tom went to school, he talked about it quite often. That I think is part of why the fight started in the school. Tom did take the brunt of it. He absolutely did. I did not talk to a lot of people about it personally. I just didn't, because I had a feeling that it would go badly, if you will. Thomas was the most vocal of all of us. It's the only reason we're having this conversation is because he sticks to his guns about things. Truth is truth, and truth will come out every time.
We still had to live here. We still had to face everybody during the day. The difference in dynamics between my family being from New York City and moving to the country, and it just made it tough. You used to get followed home down this road by a pickup truck.
They would tailgate me in the car as I was driving home. One followed me all the way up the driveway one time. I'll never forget that. I couldn't believe that.
This one guy jumped up on a table once and exposed himself and said, "Well, if you want to see something out of this world, Nancy, I'll show you something out of this world." And, I mean, it got that foul, I don't think many people realize how much this devastated my mother. It was very hard on her. I mean, to the point where she had to sell the diner, sell the house, and move.
When you see your children being picked on constantly and made fun of, I closed the door on Sheffield at that point because it broke my heart when we left there, literally. It still breaks my heart when I think about it.
My mother wanted to move here because this was her Norman Rockwell, and this turned into a Salvador Dali.
I realized the frustration of people in the past that have been saying that they've seen flying saucers or they've seen this or seen that, and people doubt them because I was one of them. I was so relieved that other people saw that because I just thought no one's going to ever believe me if I do mention it, and I think that's part of the reason I never talked about it, because I didn't think people would believe me. People in the military have seen this, and they're people that are respected.
Yesterday, there was a New York Times article. Training Navy air pilots up and down the East Coast have seen flying objects that they could not identify.
That's not how that stuff is it? It's not honestly. But if there's anything, it's rotating.
There was 2 planes flying that were 100 feet apart, 2 jets flying, and an object flew right between them at a very high speed. It was in the Berkshire Eagle yesterday, and this is the military reporting this. Those guys are smart. They know what's going on. They're not going to make this up. Come on, something's going on. Why isn't that coming out? Why isn't it being more publicized? Well, I guess it is. Right now, it's starting to be. And it's about darn time. But if the military's saying it, it's happening. Hello? I believe it.
Why would I make it up? It wasn't fun. It wasn't pleasant. It wasn't glorifying. And why would anyone want to go through it? I wouldn't want to be abducted. It's not something that I would wish on anyone. So if somebody wants to doubt it, I don't blame them for doubting it. I really don't blame them for doubting it.
Now, because I've come forward, Melanie's bravely come forward, Tom Reed's come forward, some of these other people that were saying, it's okay. And now other people are coming forward. I have not heard anybody, no one approaches me now and says, yeah, that's a bunch of baloney. I live here. This is 182 years in the same house. Why would I want to come forward to tell a story? What, to embarrass myself so I go down in my main street and be ridiculed? Or my son? Or my wife? Who works at the local library here? I didn't do this to hurt people. I did it for one reason, to help people. And I know there's a lot more people out there that know things have gone on. What you gotta do is sit up there and look at the sky, and sooner or later you'll see something. And not know what it was.
I just wish that everyone that sees this really would open their minds, because I know the people that are being interviewed are people just like everyone out there that probably at one time didn't believe, doubted. And when this happens, there is no doubt. I have no reason to, make anything up. I'm 85 years old, and this is not something that I expected to do or ever talked about. It's real. It's for real. People have got to understand that.
Who the hell are they to question me? I passed a polygraph test. My word is my bond. I don't break it for anybody. I wear who I am on my sleeve. You got something to say? Say it. I don't care how you feel. I don't care what you think. I was there. I was there.
This was just a couple of days before Lena went missing. She was like, I look so horrible. I'm like, no, you don't. But thanks for taking a picture of me. She looks beautiful. I mean, she had no makeup on. She was just Lena. Obviously, I would have known what my mom was capable of doing. I miss her. I miss her so much. It kills me.
My sister Lena went missing in 2006. She was living in an apartment with her boyfriend Jason. I showed up randomly one day, but Lena wasn't there. And Jason, he said, your sister took off with a boyfriend to Florida. And I'm like, how? And he's like, well, that's what your mom said. That's what Sandy said happened. She said she ran off with some guy to Florida. It just seemed crazy. She didn't take any of her clothes. Lena didn't take any of her photo albums. And she had a lot of pictures. That was her thing. She'd take pictures of everything. And she would not have left her son, Coulter. She loved her son. She loved him very much. She wanted to give him the best. Lena wouldn't have left without him. And as soon as I heard that my mom had called her, I knew something was wrong. I knew my mom had done something.
Lena was reported missing. And when I interviewed other family members, they told me that Lena's stuff just sat out on the back porch of the house until it got basically ruined. She had a son here that she loved. So to me, that's not a story of someone moving to Florida and leaving most of your possessions here in Missouri. And so I reached out to Brandy, Lena's sister, to learn what happened the day she disappeared. And she told me great detail about her childhood growing up, about what that was like. And she told me her theory of what she believed happened to Lena.
We really had to struggle. And Mom was always the one that worked. She never let us go without food. Our whole childhood, she's like, we gotta stick together and we'll get through it. My mom was a good mom growing up. She was very straight-laced. Never done a drug, smoked a cigarette, alcohol, nothing, my whole life. She just wasn't like that. And she'd always tell us every single night, God bless you and love you. Every night. That's the mom I remember. And I miss that mom so much. But what can you do? There were 6 of us. Me and Lena, Robin, Jeannie, Rachel, and Rosie. I'm the oldest, so Lena was the second oldest. I was the good one. Lena was more ornery.
Lena was more of the take charge, kind of tell us what to do, try to boss us around. She was a mouthy little thing, scrapper sometimes. I mean, we always got in each other's way and each other's spaces, but everybody liked her.
She's a really, bubbly, fun person. She had a really positive attitude and she talked really fast. She was very outspoken. You didn't have to think about what was on her mind. It just came out.
Lena was more the one that always got in trouble. Man, we fought so much as grown up. My mom would be like, take it outside. But we'd never touch each other's face. That was the rule. We never hit each other in the face.
There was a lot of hard days. There was a lot more hard days than there was easy days. I think the hardest part of growing up for me is not knowing what's going to happen next, where we're going to be living. We moved around a lot. I remember when I was young, my mom would meet different people. I mean, she'd be with one man, and she'd start a job or something, and she'd meet someone else, and then they'd sneak around, and she'd leave that one and hook up with this one. And then we'd all be loading up and moving in somewhere else with someone new.
She used her sex appeal a lot, and that's a lot of the reason why men gravitate towards her. And she never did stay with one in particular man for more than 2 years. And she always went after the married ones, or ones that had brothers.
I've been divorced and single for quite some time, and Sandy and we went a date or two, and that's how we got acquainted. But anyway, I describe Sandy, she's damn good at kniving people around and saying the right thing. Good talker, she really was. She was very good of telling people what they wanted to hear and what not.
I was 10 when her and Albert got together. Albert's a good dude. Albert was a really good stepfather to us. Mom was going to school to be a nurse, so she was never home. And Albert raised us.
Albert was more of the fun, laid-back type. He put us in gymnastics and aerobics, and like we got to play sports. And I do remember going to the river and stuff with Albert and doing fun things like that.
I was pretty close to them kids, but like I say, I was married to Sandy there. First 2 or 3 years wasn't too bad, but then she got to fooling around and didn't know quite who it was, and it ended up being Gary, my brother. Yeah. Me and him had a little fist fight down there on the ridge. He beat the tar out of me, and I beat the tar out of him, and I had him pinned down there at one point, and Sandy walked up behind me and hit me in the back with a damn stick, knocked the breath out of me. But I finally talked to Gary, and I told him, I said, man, I'm done. I said, that girl ain't nothing but trouble. You better leave it alone.
We all left Albert's home in Arkansas, and we moved back to Missouri with his brother Gary.
Our lives completely changed when Gary came into our lives. We had to work our butts off. I mean, we cut wood, had chickens, cows, horses. They weren't going to feed themselves, so we were taught to take care of them.
He made sure the girls were involved. Each one of them had their own little chore. And when they were done, he'd take all of them into town for ice cream. He enjoyed kids, and kids enjoyed him. The kids always loved seeing him coming.
We lived with him for 3 years. And he taught us things that I will never forget it. I'm disciplined. I don't depend on any man to do anything for me. And I value that. Gary's a good guy. He's a good guy. Just got mixed up with the wrong person. And that's it.
Sandy has a pattern of behavior of jumping from one man to another. And then once she's got him, she gets bored with that guy. And she moves on to the next guy. So Gary and Sandy are living a life. And then after a few years, this cycle begins again, where she's married to Gary, and then she notices somebody named Chris Klimp, who's much younger, some would say more handsome. And he comes from a family that's got quite a bit of money, and they own quite a bit of property. And it becomes clear that Sandy is no longer interested in Gary, and she begins having an affair with Chris.
I met my mom's boyfriend, Chris, and I'm thinking, oh, Gary's gonna whip his little butt, Chris was like a little bitty twig. I mean, Gary was the whole tree.
Gary was country. He was a homebody, but at the same time, he wasn't stupid. And Gary didn't want to deal with Sandy running around there annoying. I could tell he was hurt more than mad.
He called me one day to tell me that Sandy had been running around on him, but moreover, he had been arrested for passing bad checks. And he had figured out that Sandy had passed those checks, and he was very upset about that. He said, I'm going to have to file for a divorce. And then next thing I knew of was that Gary went missing.
He was a hard worker, he really was. And Gary never missed work because he couldn't afford to miss work. So when he didn't show up to work, there a couple of days, we knew something was bad wrong.
Immediately to everybody that knew him, we wasn't looking for Gary being gone somewhere. We were looking for Gary's body. And I talked to the sheriff because Gary brought a gun over to the house one day. He said, take this gun, put it somewhere. He said, she let on like she was going to kill me with that, you know. And he told me, he said, she's actually stuck that in my belly and pulled the trigger. But I broke it open. And it had a shell in it. I said, you said this thing wasn't loaded. And I said, it's got a shell in it. He said, I always unload my gun after I shoot it. And I said, well, you didn't this time. I said, because it's still in there. So I took my pliers out of my pocket, and I went to pulling it out. The powder started spilling out of it. And I said, Gary, I said, this is a live round. When I showed it to him, the look on his face, I ain't never forgot it. It dawned on him that she stuck that in his belly and pulled the trigger. He said, if that had been a good shell, he said, I wouldn't be standing here right now. That's the last time that I seen him, was that day.
Yes, that's funny. That right? Well, I don't want to want that. Can I have it? Yeah.
I was contacted by Robert McCullough, who told me that he was concerned that his cousin Gary was missing and something bad had happened to him, and said that he had not been seen by anybody in the family for a couple of days. I went to Gary McCullough's house to see if somebody was at home. Noticed that one of Gary's cows was out, and we were in the process of putting the cow up when Sandy McCullough and her daughter Lena pulled up wanting to know what we were doing. When I asked her if there was anything that I needed to know about that might be happening in her life, she said, well, yeah, I've been meaning to call you. My husband has gone off and he's not been home for 2 days. She told me he was going to Diamond, Missouri to buy some fighting roosters. I asked her if she wanted to make a missing persons report. She said that she probably needed to do that. We left, and I had Gary McCullough entered as a missing person. The following week, I obtained a search warrant, and we went back to Gary McCullough's house. Sandy wasn't happy that we were there, but we spent quite a bit of time at the house and made some pretty startling discoveries. I don't believe we found any clothes that belonged to Gary McCullough in that house. I don't think we found anything that would indicate Gary was even ever living there or was planning to come back.
But there was a checkbook belonging to Christopher Clamp. And we find out that Christopher is a boyfriend of Sandy. I believe after 2 days of the investigation, Christopher Clamp moves into the house with Sandy, which was strange. Immediately after this thing started, I asked Sandy to take a polygraph. She looks me straight in the eye and says, you find a body and I'll take a polygraph. I knew at that point we're going to have to go through a needle in a haystack to try to find a body.
I wanted to interview the kids just to see what they thought had happened to Gary. Lena, who was 13 or 14 years old, was very hostile. It was obvious that she was very close with Sandy, and she was very defensive of her mother and very antagonistic towards us. It was just very obvious that Mom ruled the house and Lena was the number 2 person. And when Lena told the younger kids to do something, they did it.
I remember going into a room with, there was a whole table full of people. They were asking me questions. I remember my sister Lena was telling me and my sisters to be quiet and mind their own business. And we weren't supposed to talk about what happened when Gary went missing.
My mom had us lie for our entire lives. Always, always. Didn't matter what it was. So we never talked about it. Never. I remember that day. It's like it happened yesterday. I'll never forget it. Never. For the rest of my life. When we got home from school, my mom, she met us at the door. And she's like, girls, a cat had kittens in the field. Go look for them. Every one of my sisters went. Except me, I had to milk cows. After a minute passed by, I was sitting on the porch. I'm like, Mom, I've got to get inside the house. I got to get my supplies to milk cows. Finally, I'm like, you know what? I'm going in. And I see her on her hands and knees. She was scrubbing the floor with what appeared to be bleach water. She had shorts on and her hair back and a ponytail. She never wore her hair in a ponytail. It was strange. And then that night, my mom set us all at the kitchen table and said, hey, listen, girls, if you are asked from anybody, Gary went to go buy a fighting rooster and you guys had spaghetti that night for dinner and you haven't seen him since. That's what it is. That's what the story is. If you say exactly what I'm telling you, everything will be fine.
That night, Sandy told Lena to make sure none of us come out of the bedroom, and Lena had fallen asleep in front of the door, and even as young as I was, I still remember something wasn't right. And in our room, there was a window, and I see Mom and Chris struggling, trying to pull something big. It was Gary, no doubt, but, he was wrapped up in something. You could see the boots that he had on, but it scared me bad. I didn't even talk about it until I got much older and I was able to talk to Detective Eckerly and Martin about it. But at the time, Lena was telling us, you can't say nothing about what happened to Gary because, if so, they're going to take you guys from me and, they're going to put you guys in a bunch of different foster homes and, Lena's biggest thing was she didn't want us to be separated because she figured if we were separated, then we'd never see each other again. And she couldn't let that happen. I had to keep what I knew quiet. Gary went missing in May and we moved to St. Louis, all of us. We only stayed in St. Louis for a year, then moved to Sligo the next August. Sandy and Chris, they got married while we were in St. Louis. When we first moved to Sligo, Lena was working a couple different jobs and still living down Sligo with my mom. She became more, on edge. She became more distant.
There was two sides to Lena. For the most part, she wanted the little house out in the country and the family and stuff. But on the other side of it, when I met her, we go to parties. She wasn't into the drugs and stuff. She wouldn't even drink. But later on, she got into that stuff. You could tell there was something that pulled her that way. You know what I mean? But back then, I didn't really realize what it was.
She just lost herself for a while. You'd catch her staring off to space and you'd ask her what's wrong, and then, you could tell she was really thinking about something because, she'd be teary and she'd dry her eyes and brush it off like nothing happened.
She was really lonely, and you could tell that. I think she had come to the point in her life to where she needed to talk about what she was holding inside.
Ultimately, Lena confided in a boyfriend, and he was persuading her, saying, Lena, you know, you've got family over there that need to know something. If Gary's never going to be coming home, if he's gone and you know it, you know what happened, you're going to have to tell them. She said, okay, you know, that she would. She would tell Albert. She liked Albert. He had been her stepdad, you know, before Gary was, and she thought a lot of Albert.
Something wasn't right with Lena. Something was eating at that girl so bad, she just had to get it off her mind. When Lena come talk to me there, she was 17-year-old at the time. I had a brand new recorder, and I asked Lena there, after we talked a little while, I said, I want to know who the hell killed my brother, Gary. Who killed Gary?
He was on the couch for some day. Swapped out and shot him 3 times in the head. 2 maybe 3 times. And was on the couch. And she couldn't have it when we got home. And she wrapped him up with paper of plastic stuff. And hay string. And it was in the bedroom floor.
In the bedroom floor?
Dragged in the bedroom. And then she walked over and said, and when we got home, Mom made me stay in the bedroom. She didn't want to see, but I was asleep. So I looked through because I didn't believe it. I wanted to see. And she took her and she put her in the truck and she left.
She was telling me the truth. At a young age like that, she wanted me to know. She wanted to just get it off of her mind. I mean, that girl, she sat there and talked to me that night, and she was trembling and just shaking. And she wanted me to know what happened to Gary, because she knows. I need something to verify Gary is gone. How would the person go about doing that? I mean, is there any way that we can do that?
There's nothing. There is nothing whatsoever left. There's a huge burn, completely burned. And everything that was even left at the burn pile is put in buckets and spread all over. So I don't know where they're at. I was there. I don't even know. I don't know what happened. But there's nothing left. I hurt my fingers. So I just took my fingers picking up after the dog. I know it makes me sound like a bad person. But what was I supposed to do?
He's a kid. Doing what your mom told you to. Sandy just trusted her more than she did them other girls, thinking maybe wouldn't argue her out because, you know, that was her mom. She didn't want to get in trouble, but she knew they wasn't right what her mom done.
When Albert recorded the tape, I thought here was proof, direct proof from somebody who knew what happened to Gary. It was a good feeling to know, you know, we had this. There wouldn't be denying it. We called the sheriff and he came and picked it up.
Who killed Gary?
The McCullough attorney contacted me about the recording, and I think, okay, we got the case now. I mean, there's about as good a confession, you know. Next day, Sandy's lawyer drew up.
Lena was supposed to come back in a day or two, come find out her mom had found out to come down and talk to him. They both lawyered up. Wonder what the hell you need a lawyer for? Guilty.
A lawyer that was hired by Sandy convinces Lena to walk her confession back. And so what does the confession really mean? I mean, you've got it taped, but if the subject themselves is walking it back, ultimately it's just another claim. It's a he said, she said situation.
This is the kind of case that will just keep you up at night and will drive you crazy, because I honestly think I know exactly what happened to Gary McCullough. I think I know exactly who did it. I think I know how Gary McCullough was disposed of. And there's nothing I can do, because knowing and proving are two different things.
When Lena come forward, put a little hope in it. But it just went cold. It was hard, real hard. Because I know who killed my brother. Made a doubt in my mind.
It was just weird. Your whole life you're believing that your mom could never hurt a single soul. So I had questions for many years. Is she really capable of murder? And then one day, I was with Lena. She just opened up to me. She told me the story about how Mom killed. I'm like, are you kidding me? I didn't know what to say, but nothing. Next day, I got in a fight with my mom. I got so mad at her. I was calling her names. Then I threatened her. I'm gonna call the police. Tell them every single thing you did. I know. And she just looked at me. And she said, get in the truck. So I got in the back of the truck, up against the truck bed, and we took a drive. It was the middle of the night. It was really dark. All of a sudden we stop in the middle of the road, and Chris gets out. I look over to my right-hand side, and there's a gun facing at my head. It was the scariest moment I've ever had in my life. And I jump over the bed. All of a sudden, I find myself looking at my mom. She can see me screaming, and she never even looked at me. She looked straight ahead like she was dead to the world. That was so hard because I didn't know what to do. If I ran, they would have killed me. I didn't know where I was. So I did what I thought was the best idea, and it was. I said, well, maybe her door's unlocked. If her door's unlocked, I can just get in with her and hold her, because you can't shoot both of us. And I did, and it was unlocked, and I grabbed her so tightly. And I said, please don't let him hurt me. She, for like, it seemed like forever, but probably about 10 seconds or 20 seconds, she's like, don't hurt my baby. When she said that, he put the gun down, got in, and we drove back to her house. Before that night, I never would have thought she could have hurt anybody. After that moment, I didn't want to say nothing because I didn't want to risk my life. And that's what Lena did. After she made the confession, she never said anything again.
A little later on, Lena had her son, called her, and that was it. That was her priority. I mean, she wanted to give him the best. And after that, she didn't want to talk about what happened to Gary. she wanted to work and provide for him, and so she got more jobs than she could probably handle. And so Sandy would take care of Colter while Lena would work.
Lena was done being a child or a teen and time to grow up. She was going to settle down and raise her kid. She was doing really well for a few years.
A lot has changed at the Berry County farm where Gary McCullough once lived. In 1999, his wife said he went out to buy chickens in Diamond and never returned. His stepdaughter, Lena, was 13 at the time. A few years later, she visited one of Gary's brothers. He taped the conversation where Lena allegedly said Gary, her stepfather, was murdered. Great evidence, but that has not produced a criminal charge today.
By the point we get to 2006, Lena had plans of getting married. She's finding a man that could be a role model for her son, and she wants to become financially independent of Sandy. But ultimately, Lena being independent was the greatest threat to Sandy. Because if Lena is fully independent of Sandy, then Lena can say what she knows. So there's this rising tension between Sandy and Lena that really hits a peak when the lawsuit is filed.
It was becoming clear there wasn't a criminal case filed, maybe never going to be filed, for Gary's death. So we decided to file a civil case for the McCullough family. It was the only thing we could do, you know, for somebody to say they're responsible. We were alleging wrongful death and that Sandy and Chris Klemp killed Gary McCullough, and that Lena was, in effect, an accessory. She conspired and helped get rid of the body, and by reason of that, I thought there was a good chance Lena would get immunity for her own actions in exchange for providing testimony against the people who were truly responsible. That was the hope. As it turns out, it didn't work out that way.
When Gary's daughters filed their civil lawsuit and Dent County deputies deliver the court summons, they find Chris and they find Sandy, but Lena's nowhere to be found. And so they ask Sandy, well, where is Lena at? We need to deliver these court summons. And so Sandy tells this story that Lena had run off to Florida and she was down there with some guy.
When Lena went missing, Mom had told me Lena went to Florida with another guy. I was hanging out with Lena at the time. I knew who she was seeing and who she wasn't. And there was no guy from Florida. My mom was telling us that Lena said bad things about us. Didn't want nothing to do with us anymore. So we were just waiting to see if she came back. Then after time had passed, there was no sign at all of Lena. Nothing. And then it's like, okay, now we have a problem.
They called and told me Lena was missing. First thing popped in my mind was Sandy. Because Lena knew enough that she could have had the key. I mean, locked up. And Sandy wasn't going to have that. Lena could have busted the whole thing wide open.
I was able to talk to the cops, and I told them that I knew my mom had done it again. I knew she had done something. I posted missing person flyers of Lena around Salem, but I found out my mom was paying my little sister $5 a piece to take them down. Why would someone pay to have their daughter's missing person posters taken down? And so later on, I called her. I called her on the phone and I told her, I said, you know, I know you're the reason Lena's not here. You know, you messed up this time. Now it's one of my sisters. You know, I'm gonna be the one that finds out one way or another, whether it's Gary or Lena. I'm gonna be the one that finds out and make sure you run. And she would put her little fake voice on like she always did, and she's like, you know, how could you say that? You know, I'm your mother. You don't talk to me that way. And I told her she wasn't nothing, and I hung up.
I've told both detectives from Berry County The reason why Lena went missing was because Lena made a confession tape. And because of the trial that was coming, my mom was scared. Even though Mom had drove her to recant her confession, what would make her think that she wouldn't follow through with it now that she's of age and able to? Mom knew if Lena was gone, Mom would get what she wanted by not being exposed for the murder of her ex-husband, and she would also get her son.
Based off my interviews with Brandy and Robin, I believe Sandy had two motives for making Lena disappear. Lena helped make Gary disappear. She had firsthand knowledge of what happened, and if Lena talked, what that could potentially do. Also, she had a son, Coulter, that Sandy desperately wanted, so much that Sandy would, by accounts, make him call her mom.
When my mom found out Coulter was a boy, like everything changed. She started becoming more obsessive and possessive. She tried taking over control of Coulter because she's always wanted a boy, and she had 6 girls. She wanted Coulter to be hers. And she had in her mind that she was Coulter's mom.
My mom, she knew that if Lena was gone, she would finally get the rights to her son. So when Lena went missing, my mom filed abandonment charges. Lena wasn't there to defend herself, so the court was like, oh, well, she ain't here, so I guess she is abandoning her child. My mom knew that she wasn't going to show up for court. She just knew, so she got it. She got what she wanted.
At trial, the jury saw Sandy's own children take the stand and implicate her in a murder plot. Brandy's testimony at trial was particularly powerful because by the time that this trial is held, she is fully independent of Sandy.
I stood in court for 2 hours. You know, I'm like, listen, I can tell you every single thing that happened. Like, my mom and Chris pulled a gun on me. That was a big step. I didn't think I would ever be able to go against my mom like I did, and I did. And I felt good about it because I think those family of Gary, it's important for them to have some sort of peace. And I thought I was the only person to give them that.
When Brandy got up there, a friend of mine was in there the whole time, and he said he seen several of them jewelries wiping tears out of their eyes.
Ultimately, the verdict in the civil trial was that Chris and Sandy were found liable of knowingly taking the life of Gary McCullough.
Since he was in kindergarten. Coulter's living with my mom. He was homeschooled for a long time because mom didn't want him going to school and finding out that what the truth is. But when he's old enough, my sisters are definitely going to tell him the truth. I can't stand that she wakes up every single day smiling and raising my nephew like her own. And my sister's not able to do that. And that breaks my heart. Now that my sister's gone, I will spend every single day of my life trying to put my mom away. I'm not afraid. I can't be afraid. Because if I was afraid, there'd be nothing done. I will spend every single day of my life trying to find Lena.
We know that Chris and Sandy had access to 2 properties. We have a Sligo property, and then we've got an 80-acre ranch north of Salem.
This is where my mom and Chris lived when Lena disappeared. She's not stupid. She's not stupid. Wherever Lena's at, it's going to be hard, very, very hard to get to. Laundry room door was there, the mud room. And this, it was just, it was right here. I know it was.
You know, and then so I went and I did it again. No, she put it on spin.
It was a well. It was a hand-dug well. It had stones lining up on the sides. It would have been right here.
And so I restarted.
And it's not here no more.
Maybe it's yeah.
And
I restarted it. Like
I don't understand why it's not.
Again. So it kind of goes.
I think it's been filled in.
I'm supposed to leave
She
at 9
filled it in before she moved.
to get there. I like getting there 30 minutes early.
A couple months after Lena disappeared, Sandy had moved to this property. She was showing me this property. We were walking up from the pond to the house, and she had pointed out the 4 trees in front of the house, saying that she had buried her dog Toby there, which was weird because she had told me that she had buried the dog at the old house on top of the hill under a tree before they moved. I automatically thought that, there was something not right about it. It didn't make sense. My first thought was, what?
We're having a new sister. She doesn't have Medicaid or nothing like that? Oh, yeah. Well, yeah, bring her tomorrow morning.
Well, I thought I could go get her from mom. Is Ricky gonna go?
I was trying to go get her
Wait, can Brooklyn stay for 2 days? Or more than 2 days? Can Brooklyn stay?
If Brooklyn can stay. I was gonna ask you if you bring her tomorrow, I could keep her.
Yeah! And I can change her diaper. If I can. Hey, Grandma, remember when... Grandma.
So you gotta keep her from taking naps.
I take her a nap about
Remember when Brooklyn got out of the house?
Oh, when she was up and she took it. Terrible tune sounds like.
So she's one? I thought she was already like 2 or 3. I thought she was only like 2 or 3. She's 1?
Alright, sounds good. I know, I hear you. Be careful.
Sorry, Grandpa. And be anyone. She was my
Got
whole
me the
world.
crack one. Thank you. My,
But she didn't share
old
everything with
money
me.
and I want.
Henry Houseman. Are you all agreed? Yes. Henry Houseman.
Mother believed privacy was the highest virtue and the one most frequently violated. Which leads me on to the second thing you need to know. A week ago, on the July morning of my 16th birthday, I awoke. Mother? To find that my mother was missing. She'd left Fadder Hall, our home, at some point during the night. Mother? And she did not return. She left me with little busts and gifts that she instructed Mrs. Lane to give me at tea time.
What kind of gifts? I know she's made this herself.
We were happy, weren't we, Mrs. Lane? Shouldn't she give me these presents herself? And the third thing you need to know, and then maybe those amongst you who have already guessed it, is that cycling is not one of my core strengths. That needs must when you must feed somewhere. The fourth thing you should know is that I'm presently on the way to collect my brothers, Mycroft and Sherlock. Names which backwards spell out respectively to Falcom and Colerace. Perhaps one shouldn't read too much into the alone idea.
Yes. The famous detective, scholar, chemist, virtuoso violinist, expert marksman, swordsman, single-stick fighter, pugilist, and brilliant deductive thinker. My genius brother. He will have all the answers. Mr. Holmes? And, Mr. Holmes?
Yes.
You sent for me? You sent a telegram. Asked me to meet you here. And the fifth thing you need to know is that they haven't seen me in quite some time.
I know that. My God. Look at you. You're in such a mess. Where's your hat and your gloves?
Well, I have a hat. Just makes the head itch. But I have no gloves.
She has no gloves. Maybe not Minecraft. We didn't send for you, silly girl. We sent for the carriage. Did you at least bring it?
The carriage?
Yes.
What carriage would you be wanting? Because I have a few in mind.
The carriage I paid for.
Right. I think you may have us confused with another house.
Boy, let us a carriage. Quickly! Oh, dear God, look at the house.
Isn't it wonderful?
What the hell has she been playing at?
Gentlemen, welcome home. In some time.
Thank you for calling Reyes Automotive Group. If you know your party's extension, you may dial it at any time. If not, please choose from the following menu. For accounting, press 1. For human resources, press 2. For shipping and receiving, press 3. For the status line, press 4. For maintenance, press 5. And for engineering, press 6. Thank you for calling Reyes Automotive Group. If you know your party's extension, you may dial it at any time. If not, please choose from the following menu. For accounting, press 1. For human resources, press 2. For shipping and receiving, press 3. For the status line, press 4. For maintenance, press 5. And for engineering, press 6.
Cody, this is Ruth. I was trying to call in, but I can't find the number on the paper that they gave us in orientation. Yes, it's in the truck. In the back of the car?
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay.
Yeah. Where it says work status number on the paper they gave us, and then to put option 4.
Okay. So, I'm going to say incoming status for choice for option 4. Scott, you can try station 9. Let's see. I'm going to go here right now. You can try Tuesday 2570.
2570.
Yeah. SH on desk and right here to leave a message there.
I'm waiting for them.
See if they do. I'm just going to go back and let me know. And I